Oh, but I should eat something before I play. Oh, did I forgot? There's a hole in my plan. I can start the audiobook in a bit. Okay, okay. Okay, it's empty. Maybe I should go back to the Paladin soon. Hey, Nutty. Okay, Annie. No thorium here, only dark iron. No rare here. It's not so important. The rares here are too low. In best case, a little snack buy. You've been struck by a smooth criminal. No chests here. There's nowhere anything. Yes, my first thorium. Jesus. Nothing and nothing. Mr. Broadling, please. Time is limited. Is it normal that this Broadling is here? Jesus, man. So, if this all is not up, that means one of these must be up. Or two of these. There are two different clusters. Or someone else collecting. That can also be happening. Of course. Valentins is here. Oh, I found another hole in my plan. When farming Diamol. To achieve the not case, I must farm the key, and the key comes from specific mobs from Diamol that I have to kill. That means I have to be able with my rogue. What? Why it's yet now shown able with my rogue to kill a fat ogre in Diamol, and the lowest are with 10k HP. But I don't know if I can get them solo. And it's not possible that I do it with another class. No other class has vanished. And I will never be so strong. All in the world that I'm yours. I somehow thought that I can steal the key and get it somewhere else and not through killing. But that was a mistake. Trace does nothing. Oh wait, this I already checked. Let's go straight here for the later ones. Where is my rare? Ah, no, that's not my rare. Simple and 8-pack. Is this possible? I mean, this was up. Don't know. I need something to eat, and I have no clue how. Or what. There's nothing. I could swear some of them must be up. Go back? Let's go back. Let's... Didn't learn one-handed sword with my paladin. I mean, oh, maybe I should make the weapon.
You got my attention.
Or at least plan a little bit what. Oh, nice. I have now 3 Blood of the Mountains. No, and 1 on my mage, I think. That gives me opportunities. Iron ore. Alright, I sent myself iron ore too. So let's think about it. And with think, I mean, let's look simply. Two-handed maces. There's my new project. I need 2 of this. Heavy leather I have. Can put even 1 away. Gold I have. Iron bars. Oh, good that I have iron bars here. And heavy grinding stone. Rough, coarse, heavy grinding stones. I need 2. Good. I don't even have to send him stuff. That's nice. Dark iron can go up to SM Darky. And that can go to warrior. And that can go to priest. To the mage or the enchanting stuff. Okay, inventory get more empty. Let's smelt a bit. My true silver stack is full. Maybe I'll just sell it. Don't really need it. There's so much true silver. Oh, I got an idea. Okay, I try to use my smelting time. I will be a little bit AFK. Be right back.
What's on your mind? Watch your back.
So, a little food break done. Let's finish this chest round. Sadly, I only found a big voodoo cloak. So all this chest finally a recipe, but then the wrong one.
Charge complete.
So oh shit, here are no rune thread, oh? No, we don't have rune thread here. Shit. Can only make 2 bags. Okay.
Time is money, friend. Be good.
One buff me? Didn't see. Ah, no. So let's go. Who needs the next packs? As in close need 1 and Mats need 6. So okay. So I need rune red on the mage. Technically I can simply port to wherever I want to. I can do it 8 later. Was it right? Mats need 6, yeah. Alright. Oh wait, let's... Oh, okay. I waited long enough. 1 hour into stream. Let's start the audiobook. Want to make progress. So Maybe I should make it not in the movement. So stop this and chapter 99. Go on.
Chapter 99.
With this.
Magic of a different
Enjoy.
kind. By this point in my life, I'd earned myself a modest reputation. No, that's not entirely true. It's better to say that I had built myself a reputation. I'd crafted it deliberately. I'd cultivated it. 3/4 of the stories folk told about me at the university were ridiculous rumors I'd started myself. I spoke 8 languages I could see in the dark. When I was 3 days old, my mother hung me in a basket from a rowan tree by the light of the full moon. That night a fairy laid a powerful charm on me to always keep me safe. It turned my eyes from blue to leafy green. I knew how stories worked, you see. Nobody believed that I'd traded a cupped handful of my own fresh blood to a demon in exchange for an ala like a blade of Ramston steel. But still, I was the highest ranked duelist in Dahl's class. On a good day, I could beat any 2 of them together. That thread of truth wove through the story, gave it strength. So even though you might not believe it, you might tell it to a wide-eyed first-term student with a drink in him just to watch his face. Just for fun. And if you'd had a drink or 3 yourself, you might begin to wonder. And so the story spread. And so around the university, at least, my tiny reputation grew. There were a few true stories as well, pieces of my reputation I'd honestly earned. I had rescued Faire from a blazing inferno. I had been whipped in front of a crowd and refused to bleed. I'd called the wind and broken Ambrose's arm. Still, I knew my reputation was a coat spun out of cobweb. It was storybook nonsense. There were no demons out there bargaining for blood. There were no helpful fairies granting magic charms. And though I might pretend, I knew I was no Taborlin the Great. These were my thoughts when I woke, tangled in Felurian's arm. I lay quietly among the cushions for a time, her head resting lightly on my chest, her leg thrown loosely over mine. Looking up through the trees at the twilight sky, I realized I could not recognize the stars. They were brighter than those in the mountain sky, their patterns unfamiliar. It was only then that I realized my life had taken a step in a new direction. Up until now, I had been playing at being a young Taborlin. I had spun lies around myself, pretending to be a storybook hero. But now there was no sense pretending. What I'd done was truly worth a story, every bit as odd and wonderful as any tale of Taborlin himself. I'd followed Felurian into the Fae, then bested her with magics I couldn't explain, let alone control. I felt different now, more solid somehow, not older exactly, not wiser, but I knew things that I'd never known before. I knew the Fae were real. I knew their magic was real. Felurian could break a man's mind with a kiss. Her voice could tug me like a puppet by its strings. There were things I could learn here, strange things, powerful things, secret things, things I might never ever have a chance to learn again. I gently freed myself from Felurian's sleeping embrace and walked down to the nearby pool. I splashed water on my face and scooped up several handfuls to drink. I looked through the plants that grew at the water's edge. I picked some leaves and chewed them as I considered how I might approach the subject with Felurian. The mint sweetened my breath. When I returned to the pavilion, Felurian was standing there, brushing pale fingers through her long dark hair. I handed her a violet, its color dark as her eyes. She smiled at me and ate it. I decided to approach the subject gently, lest I offend her. I was wondering, I said carefully, if you would be willing to teach me. She reached out to touch the side of my face gently. Foolish, sweet, she said fondly. Have not I already begun? I felt excitement rise in my chest, amazed that it could be so simple. "Am I ready for my next lesson?" I asked. Her smile grew wider, and she looked me up and down, her eyes going half-lidded and mysterious. "Are you?" I nodded. "It is good you are eager," Valerian said, her fluting voice tinged with amusement. "You have some cleverness and natural skill, but there is much to learn." She looked into my eyes, her delicate face gravely serious. "When you leave to walk among the mortal, I will not have you shame me." Valerian took my hand and drew me into the pavilion. She pointed. "Sit." I sat on a cushion, placing my head level with the smooth expanse of her stomach. Her navel was terribly distracting. She looked down at me, her expression proud and regal as a queen. "Amwer," she said, spreading the fingers of one hand and making a deliberate gesture. "This we call the hushed part. An easy lesson to begin, and one I expect you will enjoy." Valerian smiled at me then, her eyes old and knowing. And even before she pushed me back against the cushions and began to bite the side of my neck, I realized that she did not intend to teach me magic. Or if she did, it was magic of a different kind. While it was not the subject I'd hoped to study under her, it's fair to say that I was not entirely disappointed. Learning lovers' arts from Valerian far outstripped any curriculum offered at the university. I'm not referring to the vigorous, sweaty wrestling most men and, alas, most women think of as love. While sweat and vigor are pleasant parts of it, Valerian brought to my attention subtler pieces. If I were to go into the world, she said, I would not embarrass her by being an incompetent lover, and so she took care to show me a great many things. A few of them in her words: opinionless, the sigh to the ear, devouring the neck, drawing the lips, the kissing of the throat, the navel, and, as Valerian phrased it, the woman's flower. The breathing kiss, the feather kiss, the climbing kiss. So many different types of kissing, too many to remember, almost. There was drawing water from the well, the fluttering hand, birdsong at morning, circling the moon, playing ivy, the harrowed hair. Just the names would fill a book. But this, I suppose, is not the place for such things. Alas, then, for the world. I don't mean to give the impression that all our hours were spent in dalliance. I was young and Valerian was immortal, but there is only so much two bodies can endure. The rest of the time we amused ourselves in other ways. We swam and ate. I played songs for Valerian and she danced for me. I asked Valerian a few careful questions about magic, not wanting to offend her by prying at her secrets. Unfortunately, her answers were not particularly enlightening. Her magic came as naturally as breathing. I might as well have asked a farmer how seeds sprouted. When her answers weren't hopelessly nonchalant, they were puzzlingly cryptic. Still, I continued to ask, and she answered as best she could, and occasionally I felt a small spark of understanding. But most of our time was spent telling stories. We had so little in common that stories were all that we could share. You might think Valerian and I would be unevenly matched in this regard. She was older than the sky, while I was not yet 17. But Valerian was not the narrative treasure trove you would think. Powerful and clever, certainly. Energetic and lovely, absolutely. But storytelling was not among her many gifts. I, on the other hand, was of the Edemaru, and we know all the stories in the world. So I told her The Ghost and the Goose Girl. I told her Tam and the Tinker's Spade. I told her stories of woodcutters and widows' daughters and the cleverness of orphan boys. In exchange, Valerian told me manling stories, The Hand at the Heart of the Pearl, The Boy Who Ran Between. The Fae have their own cast of legendary characters: Maven the Man-Shaped, Alavin Allface. Surprisingly, Valerian had never heard of Tabal in the Great or Orin Velciter, but she did know who Ilian was. It made me proud that one of the Ademaru had gained a place in the stories the Fae tell each other. I wasn't blind to the fact that Felurian herself might have the information I was looking for about the Amir and the Chandrian. How much more enjoyable would it be to learn the truth from her, rather than rooting endlessly through ancient books in dusty rooms? Unfortunately, Felurian wasn't the mine of information I'd hoped. She knew stories of the Amir, but they were thousands of years old. When I asked her about the more recent Amir, asking about church knights and the Kiridai with their bloody tattoos, she merely laughed. There were never any human Amir, she said, dismissing the idea out of hand. Those you speak of sound like children dressing in their parents' clothes. While I might expect that reaction from others, getting it from Felurian was particularly disheartening. Still, it was nice to know I had been right about the Amir existing long before they became knights of the Tailing Church. Then, since the Amir were a lost cause, I tried to steer her in the direction of the Chandrian. No, she said, looking me squarely in the eye, her back straight. I will not speak of the Seven. Her soft voice held no lilting whimsy, no playfulness, no room for discussion or negotiation. For the first time since our initial conflict, I felt a trickle of icy fear sweep over me. She was so slight and lovely, it was so easy to forget what she truly was. Still, I couldn't let the subject go so easily. This was quite literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Felurian could be persuaded to tell me even a piece of what she knew, I could learn things no one else in the world might know. I gave her my most charming smile and drew a breath to speak, but before I could get the first word out, Felurian leaned forward and kissed me full upon the mouth. Her lips were plush and warm. Her tongue brushed mine, and she bit the swell of my lower lip briefly. When she pulled her mouth from mine, it left me breathless with a racing heart. She looked at me, her dark eyes full of tender sweetness. She laid her hand along my face, brushing my cheek as gently as a flower. My sweet love, she said, if you ask of the Seven again in this place, I will drive you from it, no matter if your asking be firm or gentle, honest or slantways. If you ask, I will whip you forth from here with a lash of brambles and snails. I will drive you before me, bloody and weeping, and will not stop until you are dead or fled from Faire. She didn't look away from me as she spoke, and though I hadn't looked away or seen them change, her eyes were no longer soft with adoration. They were as dark as storm clouds, as hard as ice. I do not jest, she said. I swear this by my flower and the ever-moving moon. I swear it by salt and stone and sky. I swear this singing and laughing by the sound of my own name. She kissed me again, pressing her lips to mine tenderly. I will do this thing. And that was the end of it. I might be a fool, but I'm not that much of a fool. Felurian was more than willing to talk about the Fae realm itself, and many of her stories detailed the fractious politics of the Faean courts. The Tain Mail, the Daindan, the Gorse Court. These stories were difficult for me to follow as I didn't know anything about the factions involved, let alone the web of alliances, false friendships, open secrets, and old grudges that bound Fae society together. This was complicated by the fact that Felurian took it for granted that I understood certain things. If I were telling you a story, for example, I wouldn't bother mentioning that most moneylenders are Kael'dish, or that there is no royalty older than the Medigan royal line. Who doesn't know such things? Felurian left similar details out of her stories. Who wouldn't know, for example, that the Gorse court had meddled in the Beren Taltha between the Mail and the House of Fine? And why was this important? Well, of course that would lead to members of the Gorse being scorned by those on the Dayward side of things. And what was the Beren Taltha? A sort of dance, and why was this dance important? After a handful of questions such as this, Felurian's eyes would narrow. I quickly learned that he had to follow along, quiet and confused. rather than try to winkle out every detail and risk her irritation. Still, I learned things from these stories. 1,000 small scattered facts about the Fae, the names of the courts, old battles, and notable persons. I learned you must never look at one of the Theana with both eyes at once, and that the gift of a single Sinus fruit is considered a terrible insult if given to one of the Belladari. You might think these 1,000 facts gave me some insight into the Fae, that I somehow fitted them together like puzzle pieces and discovered the true shapes of things. 1,000 facts is quite a lot after all. But no. 1,000 seems like a lot, but there are more stars than that in the sky, and they make neither a map nor a mural. All I knew for certain after hearing Felurian stories is that I had no desire to ever entangle myself in even the kindest corner of the Fean court. With my luck, I'd whistle while walking under a willow, and thereby insult God's barber or something of the sort. Here is the one thing I learned from these stories. The Fae are not like us. This is endlessly easy to forget because many of them look as we do. They speak our language, they have 2 eyes, they have hands, and their mouths make familiar shapes when they smile. But these things are only seemings. We are not the same. I've heard people say that men and the Fae are as different as dogs and wolves. While this is an easy analogy, it is far from true. Wolves and dogs are only separated by a minor shade of blood. Both howl at night. If beaten, both will bite. No, our people and theirs are as different as water and alcohol. In equal glasses, they look the same, both liquid, both clear, both wet after a fashion. But one will burn, the other will not. This has nothing to do with temperament or timing. These 2 things behave differently because they are profoundly, fundamentally, not the same. The same is true with humans and the Fae. We forget it at our peril. Chapter 100. Shed. I should perhaps explain a few peculiarities of the Fae. At first glance, Felurian's forest glade did not seem particularly odd. In most ways, it resembled an ancient, untouched piece of forest. If not for the unfamiliar stars above, I might have suspected I was still in an isolated piece of the Eld. But there were differences. Since I had left my mercenary companions, I had slept perhaps a dozen times. Despite this, the sky above Felurian's pavilion remained the deep purpling blue of summer dusk and showed no signs of changing. I had only the roughest guess as to how long I had been in the Fae. More importantly, I had no idea how much time might have been passing in the mortal world. Stories are full of boys who fall asleep in fairy circles only to wake as old men. Young girls wander into the woods and return years later, looking no older and claiming only minutes have passed. For all I knew, years could pass each time I slept in Felurian's arms. I could return to find a century had passed, or no time at all. I did my best not to think about it. Only a fool worries over what he can't control. The other difference in the Fae realm was much more subtle and difficult to describe. In the Medica, I had spent a fair amount of time around unconscious patients. I mention this to make a point. There is a great difference between being in a room that is empty and being in a room where someone is sleeping. A sleeping person is a presence in a room. They are aware of you, even if it is only a dim, vague awareness. That is what the Fae is like. It was such an odd, intangible thing that I didn't notice it for a long while. Then once I became aware of it, it took me much longer to lay my finger on what the difference was. It felt as if I had moved from an empty room into a room where someone was asleep, except of course that there was no one there. It was as if everything around me was deeply asleep. The trees, the stones, the rippling stream that widened into Felurian's pool. All these things felt more solid, more present than I was used to, as if they were ever so slightly aware of me. The thought that I would eventually leave the Fae alive and unbroken was an unfamiliar one for Felurian. and I could tell it troubled her. Often, while in the midst of an unrelated conversation, she would change direction and make me promise to return to her. I reassured her as best I could, but there are only so many ways you can say the same thing. After perhaps 3 dozen times, I said, I will do my best to keep myself safe so I can come back to you. I saw her face change, becoming first anxious, then grim, then thoughtful. For a moment, I worried she had decided to keep me as a pet mortal after all, and I began to berate myself for not fleeing the Fae when I had the chance. But before I could begin to grow genuinely concerned, Felurian cocked her head to one side and seemed to change the subject.
Would my sweet flame like a coat? A cloak?
I have one, I said, gesturing to where my possessions lay scattered at the edge of the pavilion. Only then did I notice that the tatty old tinker's cloak wasn't there. I saw my clothes, my boots, and my travel sack still bulging with the mayor's lockbox, but my cloak and sword were gone. The fact that I hadn't noticed their absence was understandable, as I hadn't bothered dressing since I first woke next to Felurian. She looked me over slowly, her expression intent, her eyes lingering on my knee, my lower arm, my upper arm. It was only when she took hold of my shoulder and turned me so she could examine my back that I realized she was looking at my scars. Felurian took hold of my hand and traced a pale line that ran along my forearm.
You are not good at keeping yourself safe, my cloak.
I was a little offended, especially as there was more than a little truth to what she said. I do fairly well, I said stiffly, considering the trouble that I had. Felurian turned over my hand and examined my palm and fingers closely.
You are not a fighter,
she mused softly to herself.
Yet you are all iron-bitten. You are a sweet bird that cannot fly. No bow, no knife, no chain.
Her hand moved to my foot, running thoughtfully along the calluses and scars from my years on the streets of Tarbeen.
You are a long walker. You find me in the wild at night. You are a deep knower, and bold and young, and trouble finds you.
She looked up at me, her face intent.
Would my sweet poet like a share?
A what? She paused as if considering her words.
A shadow.
I smiled. I already have one. Then I checked to make sure. I was in the Fae after all. Felurian frowned, shaking her head at my lack of understanding.
Another I would give a shield, and it would keep him safe from harm. Another I would gift with amber, bind a scabbard tight with glamour, or craft a crown so men might look on you with love.
She shook her head solemnly.
But not for you. You are a night walker, a moon follower. You must be safe from iron, from cold, from spite. You must be quiet. You must be light. You must move softly in the night. You must be quick and unafraid.
She nodded to herself.
This means I must make you ashamed.
She stood and started walking toward the forest. Come, she said. Felurian had a way of making requests that took some getting used to. I discovered that unless I was steeling myself to resist, I'd find myself automatically doing whatever it was she asked of me. It wasn't that she spoke with authority. Her voice was too soft and edgeless to carry the weight of command. She did not demand or cajole. When she spoke, it was matter of fact, as if she couldn't imagine a world in which you didn't want to do exactly as she said. Because of this, when Felurian told me to follow her, I jumped like a puppet with its strings pulled. Soon I was padding along beside her, deep in the twilight shadows of the ancient forest, naked as a jaybird. I almost went back to grab my clothes, then decided to follow some advice my father had given me when I was young. Everyone eats a different part of the pig, he'd said. You want to fit in, you'll do the same. Different places, different decorums. So I followed, naked and unprepared. Felurian struck out at a good pace, the moss muffling the sound of our bare feet. As we walked, the forest grew darker. At first I thought it was simply the branches of the trees arching over our heads. Then I realized the truth. Above us, the twilight sky was slowly growing darker. Eventually, the last hint of purple was gone, leaving the sky a perfect velvet black, flecked with unfamiliar stars. Felurian kept walking. I could see her pale skin in the starlight and the shapes of trees around us, but nothing more. Thinking myself clever, I made a sympathetic binding for light and held my hand above my head as if it were a torch. I was more than slightly proud of this, as the motion to light binding is rather difficult without a piece of metal to use as a focus. Light swelled, and I caught a moment's glimpse of our surroundings. Dark trunks of trees rose like massive pillars as far as the eye could see. There were no low-hanging branches, no undergrowth, no grass. Only dark moss underfoot and the arch of dark branches overhead. I was reminded of a vast, empty cathedral, swathed in sooty velvet. "Carnalius!" Felurian snapped. Understanding her tone, if not her words, I broke the binding and let the darkness rush back over us. An instant later, Felurian leapt at me and bore me to the ground, her lithe, naked body pressed against mine. It was not an entirely uncommon occurrence, but this time the experience was not particularly erotic, as the back of my head struck a knuckle of protruding root. Because of this, I was half dazed and 9/10 blind when the earth shuddered slightly beneath us. Something vast and almost perfectly silent stirred the air above us and slightly off to one side of where we lay. Poised atop me, one leg on either side, Felurian's body was as taut as a harp string. The muscles of her thighs were tense and quivering. Her long hair fell over us, covering us like a silk sheet. Her breasts pressed against my chest as she drew a shallow, silent breath. Her body thrummed with the rhythm of her racing heart, and I felt her mouth move where it rested near the hollow of my throat. Softer than a whisper, Felurian spoke, a gentle, edgeless word. I felt it press against my skin, sending silent ripples through the air the same way a thrown stone makes circles on the surface of a pond. There was a soft sound of movement above us, as if someone was folding a huge piece of velvet around a piece of broken glass. Saying that, I realize it makes no sense, but still, that is the best way I can describe the sound. It was a soft noise, the half-heard sound of deliberate movement. I cannot tell you why it made me think of something terrible and sharp, but it did. My forehead prickled with sweat, and I was filled with a sudden, pure and breathless terror. Felurian went perfectly still, as if she were a startled deer or a cat about to pounce. Quietly, she drew a breath, then spoke a second word. Her breath brushed hot against my throat, and at the half-heard word, my body thrummed as if I were a drum head soundly struck. Felurian turned her head a bare degree, as if straining to listen. This movement pulled 1,000 strands of her splayed hair slowly over the entire left half of my naked body, covering me in goose flesh. Even in the grip of my nameless terror, I shivered and gave a soft, involuntary gasp. There was a stirring in the air directly above us. The sharp nails of Felurian's left hand dug hard into the muscle of my shoulder. She shifted her hips and slowly slid her naked body up along my own until her face was even with mine. Her tongue flicked against my lips, and without even thinking, I tilted my head, reaching for the kiss. Her mouth met mine, and she drew a long, slow breath, pulling the air out of me. I felt my head grow light, then her lips, still tight against mine. Felurian pushed her breath hard into me, filling my lungs. It was softer than cider. It tasted of honeysuckle. The ground shivered beneath me, and everything was still. For an endless moment, my heart ceased beating in my chest. A subtle tension left the air above us. Felurian pulled her mouth from mine, and my heart thumped again, sudden and hard. A second beat, The third. I pulled in a deep, shaking breath. Only then did Felurian relax. She lay atop me, loose and supple, her naked body flowing over mine like water. Her head nestled into the curve of my neck, and she gave a sweet, contented sigh. A languid moment passed. Then she laughed, her body shaking with it. It was wild and delighted, as if she had just played the most marvelous joke. She sat up and kissed my mouth fiercely, then nipped at my ear before climbing off me and pulling me to my feet. I opened my mouth, then closed it, deciding this was probably not the right time for questions. Half of seeming clever is keeping your mouth shut at the right times. So we continued in darkness. Eventually, my eyes adjusted, and through the branches above I could see the stars, differently patterned and brighter than those in the mortal sky. Their light was barely enough to give an impression of the ground and surrounding trees. Felurian's slender form was a silver shadow in the darkness. We kept walking, and the trees grew taller and thicker, blocking out the pale starlight bit by bit. Then it became truly dark. Felurian was little more than a piece of pale darkness ahead of me. She stopped walking before I lost sight of her entirely and cupped her hands around her mouth as if she were about to shout. I cringed at the thought of a loud noise invading the warm quiet of this place. But instead of a shout, there was nothing. No, not nothing. It was like a low, slow purr. Not anything so loud and rough as a cat's purr. It was closer to the sound a heavy snowfall makes, a muffled hush that almost makes less noise than no noise at all. Felurian did this several times. Then she took me by the hand and led me further into the dark, where she repeated the odd, almost inaudible noise. After she had done this 3 times, it was so dark I could no longer see even the faintest shape of her. After the final pause, Felurian stepped close to me in the dark, pressing her body to mine. She gave me a long and thorough kiss that I expected to become something more involved when she pulled away and spoke softly into my ear. "Quietly," she breathed. "They come." For several minutes, I strained my eyes and ears to no avail. Then, I saw something luminous in the distance. It disappeared quickly, and I thought my light-starved eyes were playing tricks on me. Then I saw another flicker. 2 more, 10, 100 pale lights danced toward us through the trees, faint as foxfire. I'd heard of fool's fire before, but never seen it. And given that we were in the Fae, I doubted this was anything so mundane. I thought of 100 fairy stories and wondered which of those creatures could be responsible for these dim, madly dancing lights. Tom Sparks, will-o-wisps, dennerlings with lanterns full of corpse light. Then they were all around us, startling me. The lights were smaller than I'd thought and closer. I heard the hushed snowfall sound again, this time from all around me. I still couldn't guess what they might be until one of them brushed my arm as lightly as a feather. They were moths of some sort, moths with luminescent patches on their wings. They shone with a pale, silvery light, too weak to illuminate anything around them, but hundreds of them, dancing between the boles of trees, showed the silhouette of our surroundings. Some of them lit on trees or the ground. A few landed on Felurian, and though I still could not see more than a few inches of her pale skin, I could use the moving light of them to follow her. We walked a long while after that, Felurian leading between the trunks of ancient trees. Once I felt grass, soft beneath my bare feet instead of moss. Then there was soft soil, as if we were crossing a farmer's fresh-tilled field. For a time we followed a twisting path of smooth paved stone that led us over the arch of a high bridge. All the while the moths followed us, giving me only the dimmest impression of our surroundings. Eventually Felurian stopped. By now, the darkness was so thick I could almost feel it like a warm blanket around me. I could tell by the sound of the wind in the trees and the motion of the moths that we were standing in an open space. There were no stars above us. If we were in a clearing, the trees must be vast and their branches to meet overhead. But for all I knew, we could just as easily be deep underground. Or perhaps the sky was black and empty in this portion of the Fae. It was a strangely unsettling thought. The subtle feeling of sleeping alertness was stronger here. If the rest of the Fae felt like it was sleeping, this place felt like it had stirred half a moment ago and hovered on the verge of waking. It was disconcerting. Felurian gently pressed the flat of her hand against my chest, then a finger against my lips. I watched as she moved away from me, softly humming a little snatch of the song I had made for her. But even this piece of flattery couldn't distract me from the fact that I was in the center of the Fae realm, blind, stark naked, and without the slightest idea of what was going on. A handful of moths had landed on Felurian, resting on her wrist, hip, shoulder, and thigh. Watching them gave me a vague impression of her movement. If I had to guess, I would have said she was picking things out of the trees, from behind or beneath bushes or stones. A warm breeze sighed through the clearing, and I felt strangely comforted as it brushed my bare skin. After about 10 minutes, Felurian came back and kissed me. She held something soft and warm in her arms. We walked back the way we had come. The moths gradually lost interest in us, leaving us with less and less of an impression of our surroundings. After what seemed an interminable amount of time, I saw light filtering through a break in the trees ahead. It was only faint starlight, but at that moment it seemed as bright as a curtain of burning diamonds. I started to walk through it, but Felurian took hold of my arm to stop me. Without a word, she sat me down where the first faint beams of starlight lanced through the trees to touch the ground. Carefully, she stepped between the rays of starlight, avoiding them as if they might burn her. When she stood in the center of them, she lowered herself to the ground and sat cross-legged facing me. She held whatever she had collected in her lap, but other than the fact that it was shapeless and dark, I could tell nothing about it. Then Felurian reached out a hand, took hold of one of the thin beams of starlight, and pulled it toward the dark shape in her lap. I might have been more surprised if Felurian's manner hadn't been so casual. In the dim light, I saw her hands make a familiar motion. A second later, she reached out again, almost absent-mindedly, and grasped another narrow strand of starlight between her thumb and forefinger. She drew it in as easily as the first, and manipulated it in the same way. Again, the motion struck me as familiar, but it was nothing I could press my finger to. Felurian started to hum quietly to herself as she gathered in the next beam of starlight, brightening things an imperceptible amount. The shape in her lap looked like thick, dark cloth. Seeing this, I realized what she reminded me of. My father, sewing. Was she sewing by starlight? Sewing with starlight? Realization came to me in a flood. Shade meant shadow. She had somehow brought back an armful of shadow and was sewing it with starlight, sewing me a cloak of shadow. Sound absurd? It did to me. But regardless of my ignorant opinion, Felurian took hold of another strand of starlight and brought it to her lap. I brushed any doubt aside. Only a fool disbelieves what he sees with his own eyes. Besides, the stars above me were bright and strange. I was sitting next to a creature out of a storybook. She had been young and beautiful for 1,000 years. She could stop my heart with a kiss and talk to butterflies. Was I gonna start quibbling now? After a while, I moved closer so I could watch more carefully. She smiled as I sat next to her, favoring me with a hasty kiss. I asked a couple of questions, but her answers either made no sense or were hopelessly nonchalant. She didn't know the first thing about the laws of sympathy or sigildry or the Allah. She simply didn't think there was anything odd about sitting in the forest holding a handful of shadow. First I was offended. Then I was terribly jealous. I remembered when I'd found the name of the wind in her pavilion. It had felt as if I were truly awake for the first time, true knowledge running like ice in my blood. The memory exhilarated me for a moment, then left me with a broken chord of loss. My sleeping mind was slumbering again. I turned my attention back to Felurian and tried to understand. Before too long, Felurian stood in a fluid motion and helped me to my feet. She hummed happily and took my arm as we strolled back the way we had come, chatting of little things. She held the dark shape of the shade draped easily over her arm. Then, just as the first faint hint of twilight began to touch the sky, she hung it invisibly in the dark branches of a nearby tree.
Sometimes, slow seduction is the only way,
she said.
The gentle shadow fears the candle flame. How could your fledgling shade not feel the same?
Chapter 101. Close enough to touch. After our shadow-gathering expedition, I asked more pointed questions about Felurian's magic. Most of her answers continued to be hopelessly matter-of-fact. How do you take hold of a shadow? She motioned with one hand as if reaching for a piece of fruit. That was how, apparently. Other answers were nearly incomprehensible, filled with fey words I didn't understand. When she tried to describe those terms, our conversations became hopeless rhetorical tangles. At times I felt like I found myself a quieter, more attractive version of Elodine. Still, I learned a few scraps. What she was doing with the shadow was called gramarye. When I asked, she said it was
the art of making things be.
This was distinct from glamoury, which was the art of making things seem. I also learned that there aren't directions of the usual sort in Fae. Your trifoil compass is as useless as a tin codpiece there. North does not exist, and when the sky is endless twilight, you cannot watch the sun rise in the east. But if you look closely at the sky, one piece of the horizon will be a shade brighter, in the opposite direction a shade darker. If you walk toward the brighter horizon, eventually it will become daytime. The other way leads to darker night. If you keep walking in one direction long enough, you will eventually see a whole day pass and end up in the same place you began. That's the theory, at any rate. Felurian described those 2 points of the Fey compass as day and night. The other 2 points she referred to at different times as dark and light, summer and winter, or forward and backward. Once, she even referred to them as grimwood and grinning, but something about the way she said it made me suspect it was a joke. I have a good memory. That, perhaps more than anything else, sits in the center of what I am. It is the talent upon which so many of my other skills depend. I can only guess how I came by my memory. My early stage training, perhaps? The games my parents used to help me remember my lines? Perhaps it was the mental exercises Abenthi taught me to prepare me for the university. Wherever it came from, my memory has always served me well. Sometimes it works much better than I'd like. That said, my memory is strangely patchy when I think of my time in the Fae. My conversations with Felurian are as clear as glass. Her lessons may as well be written on my skin. The sight of her, the taste of her mouth, they are all fresh as yesterday. But other things I cannot bring to mind at all. For example, I remember Felurian in purple twilight. It dappled her through the trees, making her look as if she were underwater. I remember her in flickering candlelight, the teasing shadows of it concealing more than it revealed. And I remember her in the full, rich amber of lamplight. She basked in it like a cat, her skin warm and glowing. But I do not remember lamps or candles. There is a great deal of fuss when dealing with such things, but I cannot remember a single moment spent trimming a wick or wiping soot from the glass hood of a lamp. I do not remember the smell of oil or smoke or wax. I remember eating, fruit and bread and honey. Felurian ate flowers, fresh orchids, wild trillium, lush celas. I tried some myself. The violets were my favorite. I don't mean to imply she ate only flowers. She enjoyed bread and butter and honey. She liked blackberries especially, and there was meat too. Not with every meal, but sometimes. Wild venison, pheasant, bear. Felurian ate hers so rare that it was almost raw. She was not a fastidious eater either, not prim or courtly. We ate with our hands and teeth, and afterward, if we were sticky with honey or pulp or the blood of bears, we would wash ourselves in the nearby pool. I can see her even now, naked, laughing, blood running down her chin. She was as regal as a queen, eager as a child, proud as a cat, and she was like none of those things. Nothing like them. Not in the least little bit. My point is this. I can remember our eating. What I cannot remember is where the food came from. Did someone bring it? Did she gather it herself? I cannot bring it to mind to save my life. The thought of servants intruding on the privacy of her twilight glade seems impossible to me. But so is the thought of Felurian baking her own bread. The deer, on the other hand, I could understand. I had not the least doubt she could run one to ground and kill it with her hands if she desired. Or I could picture a shy hart venturing into the quiet of her twilight glade. I can imagine Felurian sitting, patient and calm, waiting until it came close enough to touch. Chapter 102. The Ever-Moving Moon. Felurian and I were walking down to the pool when I noticed a subtle difference in the quality of light. Looking up, I was surprised to see the pale curve of the moon peering through the trees above us. Even though it was only the slenderest crescent, I recognized it as the same moon I had known my whole life. Seeing it in this strange place was like meeting a long-lost friend far from home. "Look," I said, winking. Felurian smiled indulgently. "My precious newborn lamb. Look, there hangs a cloud as well. Amuem, dance for joy." She laughed. I flushed, embarrassed. "It's just that I haven't seen it in..." I trailed off, having no way to gauge my time. "A long while. Besides, you have different stars. I thought perhaps you had a different moon as well." Felurian ran her fingers gently through my hair. "Foolish sweet. There is only one moon. We have been waiting on her. She will help us and brighten your shade." She slipped into the water, sleek as an otter. When she surfaced, her hair slicked her shoulders like ink. I sat on a stone by the edge of a pool and dangled my feet. The water was as warm as a bath. "How can the moon be here?" I asked. "If this is a different sky." "There is only one slender slip of her here," Felurian said. "She is still mostly immortal now." "But how?" I asked. Felurian stopped swimming and floated on her back, looking up at the sky. "Oh, moon," she said forlornly. "I perish for kisses. Why have you brought me an owl when I desired a man?" She sighed, then softly hooted into the night. How? I slid into the water, not as lithe as an otter perhaps, but somewhat better at kissing. A while later, we lay in the shallows on a broad sheet of stone, worn water smooth. "Thank you, moon," Felurian said, looking up at the sky contentedly, "for this sweet and lusty manling." There were luminous fishes in the pool, no larger than your hand, each with a stripe or spot of gently glowing color. I watched them emerge from whatever hiding places they had scattered to, startled by the recent turbulence. They were as orange as glowing coal, as yellow as buttercups, as blue as noontime sky. Felurian slid back into the water, then tugged at my leg.
Come with us now, she said, and I will show you the buildings of the moon.
I followed her into the pool until we stood shoulder deep. The fish came to explore, the braver ones coming close enough to swim between us. Their motion revealed the hidden silhouette of Felurian's body beneath the water. Despite the fact that I had explored her nakedness in great detail, I suddenly found myself fascinated by the suggested shape of her. The fish came closer still. One brushed me and I felt a gentle nip against my ribs. I jumped, though its tiny bite was as soft as a tapping finger. I watched as more of the fish circled around, occasionally nibbling at us.
Even the fish delight in kissing you,
Felurian said, stepping closer to press her wet body against mine. I think they must like the salt on my skin, I said, looking down at them. She pushed me away, irritated.
Mayhap they like the taste of owl.
Before I could make an appropriate reply, she assumed a serious expression, flattened her hand, and lowered it into the water between us.
There is only one moon,
Felurian said.
She moves between your mortal sky and mine.
She pressed her palm against my chest, then brought it back and pressed it to her own.
She sways between, back and forth.
She stopped, frowning at me.
Be mindful of my words.
I am, I lied.
No, you are mindful of my breasts.
It was true. They flirted with the surface of the water. They are well worth minding, I said. To not attend to them would be a terrible insult.
I speak of important things, knowings you must have if you are to return safe to me.
She gave an exasperated sigh.
Oh, if I let you touch one, will you attend to my words?
Yes. She took hold of my hand and pulled it close to cup her breast.
Make waves upon lilies.
You haven't shown me waves upon lilies yet.
That will come later then.
She put her flat hand back in the water between us, then sighed softly, her eyes going halfway closed.
Oh,
she said.
Oh.
Eventually, the fish emerged from their hiding places again.
My most distractible owl,
Felurian said, not unkindly. She dove to the bottom of the pool and returned holding a smooth, round stone.
Attend you now to what I say. You are the mortal, I the Fae. Here is the moon,
she said, tucking the stone between our palms and lacing our fingers together to hold it.
She's tethered tight to both the Fae and mortal night.
Felurian stepped forward and pressed the stone against my chest.
Thus moves the moon,
she said, tightening her fingers around mine.
Now when I look above, there is no glimmer of the light I love. Instead, all like a flower unfurled, her face shines on your mortal world. She stepped back so our arms were straight with our clasped hands between us. Then she pulled the stone toward her chest, dragging me through the water by my hand. Now all your mortal maidens sigh, for she is fully in my sky.
I nodded, understanding. Beloved by both the Fae and men, our moon's a merry wanderer then. Felurian shook her head.
Not so. A traveler, yes. A wanderer. She moves, but cannot freely go.
I heard a story once, I said, about a man who stole the moon. Felurian's expression went solemn. She unlaced her fingers from mine and looked down at the stone in her hand.
That was the end of it all, she sighed. Until he stole the moon, there was some hope for peace.
I was stunned by the matter-of-fact tone in her voice. What? I asked dumbly.
The stealing of the moon.
She cocked her head at me, puzzled.
You said you knew of it.
I said I'd heard a story, I said. But it was a silly thing, not a story of what truly was. It was the sort of story that you tell a child. She smiled again.
You may call them fairy stories. I know of them. They are fancies. We tell our children manling tales betimes.
But the moon was truly stolen? I asked. That was no fancy? Felurian scowled.
This I have been showing you,
she said, bringing her hand down in an angry splash. I found myself making the Ardem gesture for apology below the surface of the water before realizing it was doubly pointless. "I'm sorry," I said, "but without the truth of this story I am lost. I beg of you to tell me it." "It is an old story, and a sad one." She gave me a long look. "What then will you trade me?" "The hushed heart," I said. "In that you give a gift that is a gift to you," she said archly. "What else?" "I will also make 1,000 hands," I said, watching her expression soften, "and I will show you something new I have thought of all myself. I call it swaying against the wind." She crossed her arms and looked away, making a great show of indifference. "New perhaps to you. I doubtless know it by a different name." "Perhaps," I said, "but if you will not trade, you cannot know." "Very well," she conceded with a sigh, "but only because you are quite good at 1,000 hands." Felurian looked up at the slender moon for a moment, then said, "Long before the cities of man, before men, before Fae, there were those who walked with their eyes open. They knew all the deep names of things." She paused and looked at me. "Do you know what this means?" "When you know the name of a thing, you have mastery over it," I said. "No," she said, startling me with the weight of rebuke in her voice. "Mastery was not given. They had the deep knowing of things, not mastery. To swim is not mastery over the water. To eat an apple is not mastery of the apple." She gave me a sharp look. "Do you understand?" I didn't, but I nodded anyway, not wanting to upset her or sidetrack the story. "These old name knowers moved smoothly through the world. They knew the fox, and they knew the hare, and they knew the space between the two." She drew a deep breath and let it out in a sigh. "Then came those who saw a thing and thought of changing it. They thought in terms of mastery. They were shapers, proud dreamers." She made a conciliatory gesture, "and it was not all bad at first. There were wonders." Her face lit with memory, and her fingers gripped my arm excitedly. "Once, sitting on the walls of Morella, I ate fruit from a silver tree. It shone, and in the dark I could mark the mouth and eyes of all those who had tasted it." "Was Morella in the Fae?" Felurian frowned. "No. I have said this was before. There was but one sky, one moon, one world, and in it was Morella, and the fruit, and myself, eating it, eyes shining in the dark." "How long ago was this?" She gave a small shrug. "Long ago." "Long ago. Longer than any book of history I had ever seen or even heard of. The archives had copies of Kaluptanian histories that went back 2 millennia, and none of them held the barest whisper of the things Felurian spoke of. "Forgive my interruption," I said as politely as possible, and made as much of a bow to her as I could without going entirely underwater. Mollified, she continued. "The fruit was but the first of it. The early toddlings of a child. They grew bolder, braver, wild. The old knowers said stop, but the shapers refused. They quarreled and fought, and forbade the shapers. They argued against mastery of this sort." Her eyes brightened. "But oh," she sighed, "the things they made." This from a woman weaving me a cloak out of shadow. I couldn't guess what she might marvel at. "What did they make?" She gestured wildly around us. "Trees?" I asked, awestruck. She laughed at my tone. "No, the Fane realm." She waved widely. "Wrought according to their will, the greatest of them sewed it from whole cloth, a place where they could do as they desired, and at the end of all their work, each shaper wrought a star to fill their new and empty sky." Felurian smiled at me.
Then, there were 2 worlds, 2 skies, 2 sets of stars.
She held up the smooth stone.
But still 1 moon, and it all round and cozy in the mortal sky.
Her smile faded.
But one shaper was greater than the rest. For him, the making of a star was not enough. He stretched his will across the world and pulled her from her home.
Lifting the smooth stone to the sky, Felurian carefully closed one eye. She tilted her head as if trying to fit the curve of the stone into the empty arms of the crescent moon above us.
That was the breaking point. The old knowers realized no talk would ever stop the shapers.
Her hand dropped back into the water.
He stole the moon, and with it came the war.
Who was it? I asked. Her mouth curved into a tiny smile. She hooted.
Who? Who?
Was he of the Fane courts? I prompted gently. Felurian shook her head, amused.
No. As I said, this was before the first and greatest of the shapers.
What was his name? She shook her head.
No calling of names here. I will not speak of that one, though he is shut beyond the doors of stone.
Before I could ask more questions, Felurian took my hand and nestled the stone between our palms again.
This shaper of the dark and changing eye stretched out his hand against the pure black sky. He pulled the moon, but could not make her stay. So now she moved twixt mortal and the fae.
She gave me a solemn look, so rare a thing on her fair face.
You have your tale, your who and how. There is a final secret now, so all your owlish listening lend.
She brought our joined hands back to the surface of the water.
This is the part on which you must attend.
Felurian's eyes were black in the dim light.
The moon has our 2 worlds beguiled, like parents clutching at a child, pulling at her to and fro, neither willing to let go.
She stepped away, and we stood as far apart as we could, the stone gripped in our hands.
When she is torn half in your sky, you see how far apart we lie.
Felurian reached toward me with her free hand, making futile grasping gestures in the empty water.
No matter how we long to kiss, the space between us is not right for this.
Felurian stepped forward and pressed the stone close to my chest.
And when your moon is waxing full, all of Fairy feels the pull. She draws us close to you, so bright. And now a visit for a night is easier than walking through a door or stepping off a ship that's near the shore.
She smiled at me.
'Twas thus, while wandering in the wild, you found Felurian, man child.
The thought of an entire world of fey creatures drawn close by the swelling moon was troubling. And this is true of any fey? She shrugged and nodded.
Have they the will and know the way? There are 1,000 half-cracked doors that lead between my world and yours.
How have I never heard of this? It seems it would be hard to miss, fey dancing on the mortal grass. She laughed.
But has not justice come to pass? The world is wide and time is long, but still you say you heard my song before you saw me singing there, brushing moonlight through my hair.
I frowned. Still, it seems I should have seen more signs of those who walk between. Felurian shrugged.
Most fae are sly and subtle folk, who step as soft as chimney smoke. Some go among your kind and shaden, glamoured as a pack mule laden, or wearing gowns to fit a queen.
She gave me a frank look.
We know not to be seen.
She took my hand again.
Many of the darker sort would love to use you for their sport. What keeps these from moonlit trespass? Iron, fire, mirror, glass, elm and ash and copper knives, solid-hearted farmers' wives who know the rules of games we play, who give us bread to keep away. But worst of all, my people dread the portion of our power we shed when we set foot on mortal earth.
We are more trouble than we're worth, I admitted, smiling. Felurian reached out and touched her finger to my mouth.
While she is full, you may still laugh, but know there is a darker half.
She spun away to arm's length, pulling me through the water in a slow spiral.
A clever mortal fears the night without a hint of sweet moonlight.
She began to draw my hand to her chest, dragging me through the water toward her as she spun.
On such a night, each step you take might catch you in the Darkmoon's wake and pull you all unwitting into Faire.
She stopped and gave me a grim look.
Where you will have no choice but stay.
Felurian took a step backward in the water, tugging at me.
And on such unfamiliar ground, how can a mortal help but drown?
I took another step toward her and found nothing beneath my feet. Felurian's hand was suddenly no longer clasping mine, and black water closed over my head. Blind and choking, I began to thrash desperately, trying to find my way back to the surface. After a long, terrifying moment, Felurian's hands caught me and dragged me into the air as if I weighed no more than a kitten. She brought me close to her face, her dark eyes hard and glittering. When she spoke, her voice was clear.
I do this, so you cannot help but hear. A wise man views a moonless night with fear.
Chapter 103. Close enough to touch. Time passed. Felurian took me dayward to a piece of forest even older and grander than the one that surrounded her twilight glade. There we climbed trees as tall and broad as mountains. In the highest branches you could feel the vast tree swaying in the wind like a ship on the swelling sea. There was nothing but the blue sky around us and the slow motion of the tree beneath. Felurian taught me ivy on the oak. I tried to teach Felurian tact, only to discover she already knew it. She beat me handily and played a game so lovely, Braden would have wept to look on it. I learned a bit of the Fey tongue, a small bit, a scattering. Actually, in the interest of pure honesty, I will admit that I failed miserably in my attempt to learn the Fey language. Felurian was a less than patient teacher, and the language bafflingly complex. My failure went beyond mere incompetence to the point where Felurian actually forbade me from attempting to speak it in her presence. Overall, I gained a few phrases and a great dollop of humility. Useful things. Felurian taught me several Feyn songs. They were harder for me to remember than mortal songs, their melodies slippery and twisting. When I tried to play them on my lute, the strings felt strange beneath my fingers, making me fumble and stutter, as if I was some country boy who'd never held a lute before. I learned their lyrics by rote, without the least inkling what the words might mean. Through it all, we continued to work on my shed. Rather, Felurian worked on it. I asked questions, watched, and tried to avoid feeling like a curious child underfoot in the kitchen. As we grew more comfortable with each other, my questions became more insistent. But how? I asked for the 10th time. Light hasn't any weight, any substance. It behaves like a wave. You shouldn't be able to touch it. Felurian had worked her way up from starlight and was wafting moonlight into the shed. She didn't look up from her work when she replied.
So many thoughts, my cloth. You know too much to be happy.
That sounded uncomfortably like something Elodine would say. I brushed the evasion aside. You shouldn't be able... She nudged me with her elbow, and I saw both her hands were full.
Sweet flame,
she said.
Bring that to me.
She nodded to a moonbeam that pierced the trees above and touched the ground beside me. Her voice bore the familiar, subtle tone of command, and without thinking, I grabbed the moonbeam as if it were a hanging vine. For a second, I felt it against my fingers, cool and ephemeral. Startled, I froze, and suddenly it was an ordinary moonbeam again. I passed my hand through it several times to no effect. Smiling, Valerian reached out and took hold of it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She touched my cheek with her free hand, then turned her attention to her lap and worked the strand of moonlight into the folds of shadow. Chapter 104. The Faire. After Valerian helped me discover what I was capable of, I took a more active hand in the creation of my shed. Valerian seemed pleased at my progress, but I was frustrated. There were no rules to follow, no facts to remember. Because of this, my quick wit and trooper's memory were of little use to me, and my progress seemed irritatingly slow. Eventually, I could touch my shed without fear of damaging it and change its shape according to my desire. With some practice, I could turn it from a short cape to a full hooded morning cloak, or anything in between. Still, it would be unfair for me to take even a hair of the credit for its creation. Valerian was the one who gathered the shadow, wove it with moon and fire and daylight. My major contribution was the suggestion that it should have numerous little pockets. After we took the shed all the way into daylight, I thought our work was done. My suspicions seemed confirmed when we spent a long stretch of time swimming, singing, and otherwise enjoying each other's company. But Valerian avoided the topic of the shed whenever I brought it up. I didn't mind, as her evasions on the subject were always delightful. Because of this, I had the impression some part of it was left unfinished. One morning, we awoke in an embrace, spent perhaps an hour kissing to arouse our appetites, then fell to our breakfast of fruit and white bread with honeycomb and olives. Then Valerian grew serious and asked me for a piece of iron. Her request surprised me. Some time ago, I had thought to resume a few of my mundane habits. Using the surface of the pool as a mirror, I used my small razor to shave. At first, Valerian had seemed pleased by my smooth cheeks and chin, but when I moved to kiss her, she pushed me to arm's length, snorting as if to clear her nose. She told me I reeked of iron and sent me into the forest, telling me not to return until I got the bitter stink of it from my face. So it was with no small amount of curiosity that I dug a piece of broken iron buckle out of my travel sack. I held it out to her nervously, the way you might hand a child a sharp knife. "Why do you need it?" I asked, trying to appear unconcerned. Valerian said nothing. She held it tightly between her thumb and two forefingers, as if it were a snake struggling to twist around and bite her. Her mouth made a thin line, and her eyes began to brighten from their customary twilight purple to a deep water blue. "Can I help?" I asked. She laughed. Not the light, chiming laugh I had heard so often, but a wild, fierce laugh.
Do you want to help, truly?"
She asked. The hand holding the shard of iron trembled slightly. I nodded, a little frightened.
"Then go."
Her eyes were still changing, brightening to a bluish white.
"I do not need flame now, or songs, or questions."
When I didn't move, she made a shooing motion.
"Go to the forest. Do not wander far, but do not trouble me for the time it takes to love 4 times.
Her voice had changed slightly too. Though still soft, it had taken on a brittle edge that alarmed me. I was about to protest when she gave me a terrible look that sent me scampering mindlessly for the trees. I wandered aimlessly for a while, trying to regain my composure. This was difficult as I was baby naked and had been shooed away from the presence of serious magic the way a mother sends a bothersome child away from the cook fire. Still, I knew I wouldn't be welcome back in the clearing for some time. So I pointed my face dayward and set off to explore. I can't say why I wandered so far afield that day. Felurian had warned me to stay close, and I knew it to be good advice. Any of 100 stories from my childhood told me the danger of wandering in the Fae. Even discounting them, the stories Felurian herself had told should have been enough to keep me close to the safety of her twilight grove. My natural curiosity must take some of the blame, I suppose, but most of it belongs to my bruised pride. Pride and folly, they go together like two tightly grasping hands. I walked for the better part of an hour as the sky above me slowly brightened into full daylight. I found a path of sorts, but saw nothing living aside from the occasional butterfly or leaping squirrel. With every step I took, my mood teetered between boredom and anxiety. I was in the Fae. After all, I should be seeing marvelous things. Castles of glass, burning fountains, bloodthirsty troll, barefoot old men eager to give me advice. The trees gave way to a great grassy plain. All the parts of the Fae Felurian had shown me had been forested, so this seemed a clear sign I was well outside the bounds of where I ought to be. Still, I continued, enjoying the feel of sunlight on my skin after so long in the dim twilight of Felurian's glade. The trail I followed seemed to be leading to a lone tree standing in the grassy field. I decided I would go as far as that tree, then head back. However, after walking for a long while, I didn't seem to be coming much closer to the tree. At first I thought this was another oddity of the Fae, but as I continued to make my stubborn way along the path, the truth became clear. The tree was simply larger than I had thought. Much larger and much farther away. The path did not ultimately lead to the tree. In fact, it curved away from it, avoiding it by more than half a mile. I was considering turning back when a bright flutter of color under the tree's canopy caught my eye. After a brief struggle, my curiosity won out and I stepped off the path into the long grass. It was no type of tree I had ever seen before, and I approached it slowly. It resembled a vast, spreading willow with broader leaves of a darker green. The tree had deep, hanging foliage scattered with pale powder blue blossoms. The wind shifted, and as the leaves stirred, I smelled a strange, sweet smell. It was like smoke and spice and leather and lemon. It was a compelling smell, not in the same way that food smells appealing. It didn't make my mouth water or my stomach growl. Despite this, if I'd seen something sitting on a table that smelled this way, even if it were a lump of stone or a piece of wood, I would have felt compelled to put it in my mouth. Not out of hunger, but from sheer curiosity, much like a child might. As I stepped closer, I was struck with the beauty of the scene. The deep green of the leaves contrasted with the butterflies flitting from branch to branch, sipping from the pale blossoms of the tree. What I had taken at first to be a bed of flowers beneath the tree turned out to be a carpet of butterflies almost completely covering the ground. The scene was so breathtaking I stopped several dozen feet away from the tree's canopy, not wanting to startle them into flight. Many of the butterflies flitting among the flowers were purple and black or blue and black like those in Felurian's clearing. Others were a solid, vibrant green, or grey and yellow, or silver and blue. But my eye was caught by a single, large, red one, crimson shot through with a faint tracery of metallic gold. Its wings were bigger than my spread hand, and as I watched, it fluttered deeper into the foliage in search of a fresh flower to light upon. Suddenly, its wings were no longer moving in concert. They tumbled apart and fluttered separately to the ground like falling autumn leaves. It was only after my eyes followed them to the base of the tree that I saw the truth. The ground below was not a resting place for butterflies. It was strewn with lifeless wings. Thousands of them littered the grass beneath the tree's canopy like a blanket of gemstones.
The red ones offend my aesthetic,
Claimed a cool, dry voice from the tree. I took a step back, trying to peer through the thick canopy of hanging leaves.
What manners?
Chided the dry voice.
No introduction. Staring.
My apologies, sir, I said earnestly. Then, remembering the tree's flowers, I amended. Ma'am, but I have never spoken with the tree before and find myself at something of a loss.
I dare say you are. I am no tree. No more than is a man a chair. I am the Faire. You are fortunate to find me. Many would envy you your chance.
Chance? I echoed, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was speaking to me from among the branches of the tree. A piece of an old story tickled my memory, some scrap of folklore I'd read while searching for the Chandrian. You're an oracle, I said.
Oracle? How quaint. Do not try to pin me with small names. I am Faire. I see. I know.
Two iridescent blue-black wings fluttered separately where there had been a butterfly before.
At times I speak.
I thought the red ones offended you.
There are no red ones left.
The voice was nonchalant.
And the blue ones are ever so slightly sweet.
I saw a flicker of movement and another pair of sapphire wings began spinning slowly to the ground.
You're Tellurian's new manling, aren't you?
I hesitated, but the dry voice continued as if I'd answered.
I thought as much. I can smell the iron on you. Just a hint. Still, one has to wonder how she stands it.
A pause. A blur. A slight disturbance of a dozen leaves. Two more wings twitched, then fluttered downward.
Come now.
The voice continued, now coming from a different part of the tree, though still hidden by the hanging leaves.
Surely a curious boy is bound to have a question or two. Come. Ask. Your silence much offends me.
I hesitated, then said, I suppose I might have a question or two? The sound was slow and satisfied.
I thought you might.
What can you tell me of the Amir?
Kicks.
The Care spat an irritated noise.
What is this? Why so guarded? Why the games? Ask me of the Chandrian and have done.
I stood, stunned and silent.
Surprised? Why should you be? Goodness, boy, you're like a clear pool. I can see 10 feet through you, and you're barely 3 feet deep.
There was another blur of motion, and two pairs of wings went spinning to the ground, one blue, one purple. I thought I saw a sinuous motion among the branches, but it was hidden by the endless wind-brushed swaying of the tree. Why the purple one? I asked, simply to have something to say.
Your spite.
The Faire said.
I envied its innocence, its lack of care. Besides, too much sweetness cloys me, as does willful ignorance.
A pause.
You wish to ask me of the Chandrian, do you not?
I could do nothing but nod.
Not much to say, really.
The Faire remarked flippantly.
You would do better to call them the Seven, though. Chandrian has so much folklore hanging off it after all these years. The names used to be interchangeable, but nowadays if you say Chandrian, people think of ogres and rendlings and skaven. Such silliness.
There was a long pause. I stood motionless until I realized the creature was waiting for a response. "Tell me more," I said. My voice sounded terribly thin to my own ears.
Why?
I thought I detected a playful note in the voice. "Because I need to know," I said, trying to force some strength back into my voice.
Need?
Faire asked skeptically.
Why this sudden need? The masters at the university might know the answers you're looking for, but they wouldn't tell you even if you did ask, which you won't. You're too proud for that, too clever to ask for help, too mindful of your reputation.
I tried to speak, but my throat did nothing but make a dry clicking sound. I swallowed and tried again. "Please, I need to know. They killed my parents."
Are you going to try to kill the Chandrian?
The voice sounded fascinated, almost taken aback.
Track and kill them all yourself? My word. How will you manage it? Aliax has been alive 5,000 years. 5,000 years and not 1 second sleep. Clever. To go looking for the Amir, I suppose. Even one as proud as you can recognize the need for help. The Order might give it to you. Trouble is, they're as hard to find as the Seven themselves. Oh dear. Oh dear. Whatever is a brave young boy to do?
"Tell me!" I meant to shout it, but it came out pleading.
It would be frustrating, I suppose.
The Faire continued calmly.
The few people who believe in the Chandrian are too afraid to talk, and everyone else will just laugh at you for asking.
There was a dramatic sigh that seemed to come from several places in the foliage at once.
That's the price you pay for civilization, though.
"What price?" I asked.
Arrogance.
The Faire said.
You assume you know everything. You laughed at fairies until you saw one. Small wonder all your civilized neighbors dismiss the Chandrian as well. You'd have to leave your precious corners far behind before you found someone who might take you seriously. You wouldn't have a hope until you made it to the storm wall.
There was a pause. Then another pair of purple wings went drifting to the ground. I swallowed against the dryness in my throat, trying to think of what question I could ask to get more information.
Not many folk will take your search for the Amir seriously, you realize.
The Faire continued calmly.
The mayor, however, is quite the extraordinary man. He's already come close to them, though he doesn't realize it. Stick by the mayor, and he will lead you to their door.
The Faire gave a thin, dry chuckle.
Blood, bracken, and bone. I wish you creatures had the wit to appreciate me. Whatever else you might forget, remember what I just said. Eventually, you'll get the joke. I guarantee you'll laugh when the time comes.
"What can you tell me about the Chandrian?" I asked.
Since you ask so sweetly, Cinder is the one you want. Remember him? White hair, dark eyes. Did things to your mother, you know. Terrible. She held up well, though. Lorien was always a trooper. If you'll pardon the expression. Much better than your father, with all his begging and blubbering.
My mind flashed pictures of things I had tried to forget for years. My mother, her hair wet with blood, her arms unnaturally twisted, broken at the wrist, the elbow. My father, his belly cut open, had left a trail of blood for 20 feet. He'd crawled to be closer to her. I tried to speak, but my mouth was dry. Why? I managed to croak.
Why?
The Faire echoed.
What a good question. I know so many whys. Why did they do such nasty things to your poor family? Why? Because they wanted to. And because they could. And because they had a reason. Why did they leave you alive? Why? Because they were sloppy. And because you were lucky. And because something scared them away.
What scared them away? I thought numbly. But it was all too much. The memories, the things the voice said. My mouth worked silently, questioning.
What?
The Faire asked.
Are you looking for a different why? Are you wondering why I tell you these things? What good comes of it? Maybe this cinder did me a bad turn once. Maybe it amuses me to set a young pup like you snapping at his heels. Maybe the soft creaking of your tendons as you clench your fists is like a sweet symphony to me. Oh, yes, it is. And you can be sure. Why can't you find this cinder? Well, that's an interesting why. You'd think a man with coal black eyes would make an impression when he stops to buy a drink. How can it be that you haven't managed to catch wind of him in all this time?
I shook my head, trying to clear it of the smell of blood and burning hair. The Faire seemed to take it as a signal.
That's right. I suppose you don't need me to tell you what he looks like. You've seen him just a day or 3 ago.
Realization thundered into me. The leader of the bandits, the graceful man in chainmail. Cinder. He was the one who had spoken to me when I was a child. The man with the terrible smile and the sword like winter ice.
He got away.
The Faire continued.
Still, you must admit you've had quite a piece of luck. I'd say it was a twice-in-a-lifetime opportunity meeting up with him again. Pity you wasted it.
Hey,
Don't
how you
feel
doing?
bad you didn't recognize him. They have a lot of experience hiding those telltale signs. Not your fault at all. It's been a long time. Years. Besides, you've been busy carrying fever, rolling around in the cushions with some pixie, sating your base desires.
3 green butterflies twitched all at once. Their wings looked like leaves as they spun to the ground.
Speaking of desires, what would your Denna think? My imaginer, seeing you here, you and the pixie, all tangled up at it like rabbits. He beats her, you know. Her patron. Not all the time, but often. sometimes in a temper, but mostly it's a game to him. How far can he go before she cries? How far can he push before she tries to leave, and he has to lure her back again? It's nothing grotesque, mind you. No burn. Nothing that will leave a scar. Not yet. 2 days ago, he used his walking stick. That was new. Welts the size of your thumb under her clothes. Bruises down to the bone. She's trembling on the floor with blood in her mouth, and you know what she thinks before the black. You. She thinks of you. You thought of her too, I'm guessing, in between the swimming and strawberries and the rest.
The Faire made a sound like a sigh.
Poor girl. She's tied to him, so tight. Thinks that's all she's good for. Wouldn't leave him even if you asked. Which you won't. You, so careful, so scared of startling her away. And well, you should be too. She's a runner, that one. Now that she's left Severin, how can you hope to find her? It's a shame you left without a word, you know. She was just beginning to trust you before that. Before you got angry. Before you ran off. Just like every other man in her life. Just like every other man. Lusting after her. Full of sweet words. Then just walking away. Leaving her alone. Good thing she's used to it by now. Isn't it? Otherwise, you might have hurt her. Otherwise, you just might have broken that poor girl's heart.
It was all too much. I turned and ran, pelting madly back the way I had come, back to the quiet twilight of Felurian's clearing, away, away, away. And as I ran, I could hear Faire speaking behind me. Its dry, quiet voice followed me longer than I would have thought possible.
Come back! Come back!
Keep it real.
I've more to say. I've so much more to tell you. Won't you stay?
It was hours before I came back to Felurian's clearing. I'm not sure how I found my way. I only remember being surprised at the sight of her pavilion through the trees. The sight of it slowed the mad spinning of my thoughts until I could begin to think again. I went to the pool and took a long, deep drink, splashing water on my face to clear my head and hide the signs of tears. After a moment or two of quiet reflection, I stood and walked to the pavilion. It was only then that I noticed a curious lack of butterflies. There were usually at least a handful flitting around, but now there were none. Felurian was there, but the sight of her only unsettled me further. It was the only time I had ever seen her look less than perfectly beautiful. She lay among the cushions, drawn and weary, as if I had been gone for days instead of hours, and she'd not eaten or slept all the while. She lifted her head tiredly when she heard me approach. "It is done," she said, but when she looked at me, her eyes widened with surprise. I looked down and saw that I was bramble-torn and bloody. I was spattered with mud, and grass stained along my entire left side. I must have fallen during my mindless flight away from the Faire. Felurian sat upright.
Yo!
What has come of you?
I brushed
Have a good
absently
one.
at a bit of dried blood on my elbow. I might ask the same of you. My voice sounded thick and coarse, as if I'd been shouting. When I looked up, I saw real concern in her eyes. I went walking dayward. I found something in a tree. It called itself a Faire. Felurian went motionless when I spoke its name.
The Faire? Did you speak?
I nodded.
Did you ask of it?
But before I could answer, she gave a quiet, despairing cry and rushed to me. She began to run her hands over my body as if searching for wounds. After a minute of this, she took my face in her hands and looked into my eyes as if frightened of what she might find there.
Are you well?
Her concern brought a faint smile to my lips. I began to assure her that I was fine. Then I remembered the things the Faire had said. I remembered the fires and the man with ink-black eyes. I thought of Denner sprawled on the floor with a mouthful of blood. Tears came to my eyes and I choked. I turned away and shook my head, eyes clenched shut and unable to speak. She stroked the back of my neck and said,
All is well. The hurt will go. It has not bit you, and your eyes are clear, so all is well.
I pulled away from her enough to look her in the face. My eyes?
The things the Faire says can leave men broken in their heads. But I would see if it were so. You are still my Kvothe, still my sweet poet.
She leaned forward, oddly hesitant, then gave me a gentle kiss on my forehead. It lies to men and drives them mad? She shook her head slowly.
The Faire does not lie. It has the gift of seeing, but it only tells things to hurt men. Only a Dennerling would speak to the Faire.
She touched the side of my neck to soften her words. I nodded, knowing it to be the truth, and I began to cry. Chapter 105. Interlude. A Certain Sweetness. Kvothe motioned for Chronicler to stop writing. Are you all right, Bast? He gave his student a look of concern. You look like you've swallowed a lump of iron. Bast did look stricken. His face was pale, almost waxy. His normally cheerful expression was aghast.
Reshi,
He said, his voice as dry as autumn leaves.
you never told me you spoke with the Faire.
There's a lot of things I never told you, Bast, Kvothe said flippantly. That's why you find the sordid details of my life so enthralling. Bast gave a sickly smile, shoulders sagging with relief.
You didn't really, then? Talk with it, I mean. It's something you just added to make things a little more colorful.
Please, Bast, Kvothe said, obviously offended. My story has quite enough color without my adding to it.
Don't lie to me!
Bast shouted suddenly, coming halfway out of his seat with the force of it.
Don't you lie to me about this! Don't you dare!
Bast struck the table with one hand, toppling his mug and sending Chronicler's inkwell skittering across the table. Quick as blinking, Chronicler snatched up the half-covered sheet of paper and pushed his chair back from the table with his feet, saving the sheet from the sudden spray of ink and beer. Bast leaned forward, his face livid as he stabbed a finger at Kvothe.
I don't care what other shit you spin into gold here, but you don't lie about this, Reshi, not to me!
Kvothe gestured to where Chronicler sat, holding the pristine sheet of paper in the air with both hands. Bast, he said, this is my chance to tell the full and honest story of my life. Everything is... Bast closed his eyes and pounded the table like a child in the grip of a tantrum.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Not here.
Bast pointed at Chronicler.
I don't give a fiddler's fuck what you tell him, Reshi. He'll write what I say or I'll eat his heart in the market square.
He turned the finger back to the innkeeper
Not here.
and shook it furiously.
But you'll tell me the truth, and you'll tell me now!
Kvothe looked up at his student, the amusement bleeding out of his face. Bast, We both know I'm not above the occasional embellishment, but this story is different. This is my chance to get the truth of matters recorded. It's the truth behind the stories.
Hello.
The dark young man hunched forward in his chair and covered his eyes with one hand.
Not here.
Kvothe looked at him, his face full of concern. Are you all right? Bast shook his head, still covering his eyes. Bast, Kvothe said gently. Your hand. He waited a long moment before answering. Bast, what's the matter?
That's just it!
Bast burst out, throwing his arms wide, his voice high and hysterical.
I think I finally understand what the matter is!
Bast laughed then, but it was loud and strained and choked off into something that sounded like a sob. He looked up at the rafters of the tap room, his eyes bright. He blinked as if fighting back tears. Kvothe leaned forward to lay his hand on the young man's shoulder. Bast, please.
It's just that you know so many things.
Bast said.
You know all sorts of things you're not supposed to. You know about the Bankalts. You know about the White Sisters and the Laughing Waves. How can you not know about the Faire? It's a monster.
Kvothe relaxed visibly. Good Lord, Bast, is that all? You had me all in a sweat. I faced down things far worse than...
There isn't anything worse than the Faire.
Bast shouted, bringing his clenched fist down on the tabletop again. This time there was the sharp sound of tearing wood as one of the thick timbers bowed and cracked.
Rezz, shut up and listen. Really listen.
Bast looked down for a moment, choosing his words carefully.
You know who the Side are.
They're a faction among the Fae, powerful with good intentions.
Don't understand them if you use the term good intentions. But if any of the Fae can be said to work for the good, it's them. Their oldest and most important charge is to keep the Faire from having any contact with anyone. With anyone!
I didn't see any guards. Said no man like you could get here. Bast ran his hand through his hair, leading to his arrest.
I can't for all the souls in me. Guess how you slip past Rezz. If anyone manages to come in contact with the kid, the Side kill them. They kill them from a half-mile off with their longhorn bows. Then they leave the body to rot. If it grows so much as lands on the body, they kill it too.
Monica cleared his throat gently, then spoke up. If what you're saying is true, why would anyone go to the Fair? Bast looked for a moment as if he would snap at the scribe, then gave a bitter sigh instead.
Oh, in all fairness, my people are not known for making good decisions,
He said.
Every Fae girl and boy knows the Faire's nature, but there's always someone eager to seek it out. Folk go to it for answers, or a glimpse of the future, or they hope to come away with a flower.
Flower? But Bast gave him another sharp look.
The Rinner?
Not seeing any recognition in the innkeeper's face, he shook his head in dismay.
The flowers are a panacea, Rezz. They can heal any illness, cure any poison, mend any wound.
Kvothe raised his eyebrows at that, looking down at his folded hand on the table. I see. Can understand how that might draw a person in. Though they knew better. The innkeeper looked. I have to admit, I don't see the trouble. Apologetic. I've seen monsters. They fall short of that.
That was the wrong word for me to use, Rezz. But I can't think of a better one. If there was a word that meant poisonous and hateful and contagious, I'd use that.
Bast drew a deep breath and leaned forward in his chair.
Rezz,
Afternoon.
the Faire can see the future. Not in some vague, oracular way. It sees all the future clearly, perfectly, everything that can possibly come to pass, branching out endlessly from the current moment.
Kvothe raised an eyebrow. It can it? It can, Bast said gravely. And it is purely, perfectly malicious. This isn't a problem for the most part, as it can't leave the tree. But when someone comes to visit... Both eyes. With no and it is vicious, Reshi. Both continued in a musing tone. That means anyone influenced by the Clay would be like an arrow shot into the future. An arrow only hits one person, Reshi. Bast's dark eyes were hollow and hopeless. Anyone influenced by the Clay is like a plague ship sailing through a harbor. Bast pointed at the half-filled sheet Chronicler held in his lap. If the Scythe knew that existed, they would spare no effort to destroy it. They would kill us for having heard what the Fair said. It was anything carrying Fair's influence away from the tree. He sat silently for a long moment, nodding. So a young man seeking his fortune goes to the Clay and takes away a flower. The daughter of the king is deathly ill and takes the flower to heal. They fall in love despite the fact that he's betrothed to the neighboring prince. Bast stared, watching blankly at his father. They attempt daring moonlight escape, Quoth continued. But he falls from the rooftops. The princess is married against her will and stabbed the neighboring prince on their wedding night. Prince dies. Civil war, fields burned and salted. Famine, plague. It's one of the stories Felurian told. I never understood the part about the flower until now.
I can't
She
carry
never mentioned
anymore.
the clay. Wouldn't have, Rishi. It's considered bad luck. He shook his head. No, not bad luck. It's like spitting poison in someone's ear. It simply isn't done. Chronicler recovered some of his composure and slid his chair back toward the table, still holding the sheet carefully. He frowned at the table, broken I find it hard to believe it's quite the same. Groaned, and the broken timbers snapped back into place with a sudden crackling sound. Bast lifted his hand, then brought it down sharply on the table, and the dark runnels of ink and beer suddenly twisted and shaped themselves into a jet-black crow that burst into flight, circling the taproom once. Bast caught it with both hands and tore the bird carelessly in half, casting the pieces into the air where they exploded into great washes of flame the color of blood. It all happened in the space of a single breath. Everything you know about the Fae could fit inside a thimble, Bast said, looking at the scribe with no expression at all, his voice flat and even. How dare you doubt me? You have no idea who I am.
What do you need?
Chronicler sat very still, but he did not look away. I swear it by my tongue and teeth, Bast said crisply. I swear it on the doors of stone. I am telling you 3,000 times there is nothing in my world or yours more dangerous than the Faire. There's no need for that, Bast. Quoth said softly.
Afternoon.
I believe you. Bast turned to look at Quoth, then sagged miserably in his chair. I wish you didn't, Reshi. Quoth gave a wry smile. So after a person meets the Faire, all their choices will be the wrong ones. Bast shook his head, his face pale and drawn. Not wrong, Reshi. Iax spoke to the Faire before he stole the moon, and that sparked the entire creation. Lanray spoke to the Faire before he orchestrated the betrayal of
I am
Mirtarin,
overburdened.
the creation of the Nameless, the Skendine. They can all be traced back to the Faire. Quoth's expression went blank. Well, that's certainly what company doesn't it? It does more than that, Bast said. In our plays, if the Faire's true is shown in the distance on the backdrop, you know the story is going to be the worst kind of tragedy. It's put there so the audience knows what to expect, so they know everything will go terribly wrong in the end. Quoth looked at Bast for a long moment. Oh, Bast, he said softly to his teeth. His smile was gentle and sad. I know what you can't tell me. This is no comedy. Bast looked up at him with hollow, hopeless eyes. Trying to find words. The red-haired innkeeper gestured at the empty temple of the end of the story, Bast. We all know that. Most voice in the matter of fact as casual as if he was describing it. I have led an interesting life, and this reminiscence has a certain sweetness to it, but
I can't carry anymore.
both drew a deep breath and let it out gently. But this is not a dashing romance. No fable where foes come back from the dead is a rousing tale meant to stir the blood. We all know what kind of story this is. It seemed for a moment that he would continue, but instead his eyes wandered idly around the emperor. His face was calm, without a trace of anger or bitterness. Bast darkly looked upon him, but this time there was no fire in it, no anger, no fury or command. Bast's eyes were
I
desperate,
can't carry anymore.
pleading. It's not over if you're still here, Chronicler said. It's not a tragedy if you're still alive. Bast nodded eagerly at this, looking back at Quoth. Quoth looked at both of them. Smiled, low at his chest. Oh, he said thoughtfully. Chapter 106. After my encounter with the Faire, it was a long time before I was my right self here. I slept a great deal, but only fitfully, as I was endlessly set upon by terrible dreams. Some of them were vivid, impossible to forget. These were mostly of my mother, my father, my truth. Worse were the ones where I woke weeping with no memory of what I dreamed, only an aching chest and an emptiness in my head like the bloody gap left by a missing tooth. The first time I awoke like this, Florian was there watching. Her expression was so gentle, worried, that I expected her to murmur softly and stroke my hair, as I already had done in my room months ago. But Florian did nothing of the sort. She asked. I had no answer to this. I was blurry with memory, confusing and weak. Not trusting myself to speak without bursting into tears again, I merely shook my head. Valerian bent down and kissed me on the corner of my mouth, looked at me for a long moment and sat back up. Then she went to the pool and brought me back a drink of water in her cupped hand. Over the following days, Valerian did not press me with questions or try to draw me out. She occasionally tried to tell me stories, but I couldn't focus on them. They made less sense. Some parts they didn't come to stories themselves. Once I woke to find her gone, only to have her return hours later, carrying a strange green fruit bigger than my head.
I can't carry
She smiled shyly and handed it to me, showing me how to peel off the cleverly skinned reveals the orange meat inside. Pulpy and tangy sweet, pulled apart into spiraling segments. We ate these silently, until nothing was left but a round, hard, slippery skin. It was dark brown, so big I could not close my hand around it. With a slight flourish, Flurian cracked this open against a rock and showed me that the inside was dry, like a roasted nut. We ate this too. It tasted dark and peppery, vaguely reminiscent of smoked salmon. Nestled inside that was another sweet one, white as bone, the size of a marble. This Flurian gave me. It was candy sweet and slightly gummy, like a caramel. One time she left me alone for endless hours, only to return with 2 brown birds, one carefully cupped in each hand. They were smaller than sparrows, with striking leaf-green eyes. She set them down next to where I lay on the cushions, and when she whistled, they began to sing. What snippets of bird song? They sang an actual song, 4 verses with a chorus. First they sang together, then in a simple harmony. Once I woke and she gave me a drink in a leather cup. It smelled of violets and tasted of nothing at all.
Can I help you?
But it was clear and warm and clean in my mouth, like I was drinking summer sunlight. Another time she gave me a smooth red stone that was warm in my hand.
Hello.
After several hours it hatched like an egg, revealing a creature like a tiny squirrel that chittered angrily at me before running away. Once I woke and she was not nearby. Looking around, I saw her sitting on the edge of the water, arms wrapped around her knees. Barely hearing the song of her sobbing and quiet weakness. I slept, and I woke. She gave me a ring made from a leaf, a cluster of golden berries, a flower that opened and closed with the stroking of a finger. And once, when I startled awake with my face wet and my chest aching, she reached out to lay her hand on top of mine. The gesture was so tentative, her expression so anxious you would think she had never touched her, as if she was worried I might break or hurt or bite. Her cool hand lay on mine for a moment, gently demanding. Squeezed my hand, waiting for away. It struck me as odd, but I was too clouded with grief to think clearly. Only now, looking back, do I realize the truth of things. Through the awkwardness of the young lover, she was trying to cover me. She didn't have the slightest idea. Still, all things mend with time. My dreams receded when I had the time to turn. I grew clear-headed enough to banter with Valerian a bit. Shortly after that, I recovered enough to flirt. When this happened, her relief was palpable, as if she couldn't relate to a creature that did not want to kiss her. Last came my curiosity, the surest sign I was my own true self again. I never asked you how that gets finally learned to keep his head. It was light. I could see the pride in her eyes. She took my hand and pulled me to the edge of the pavilion. The iron was not an easy thing, but it is done. She started forward, then stopped herself. Can you find it? I took a long, careful look around, even though she told me what to look for. It was a long moment before I spotted a subtle speck in the darkness of a nearby tree. I reached out and drew my share upon the concealing shadow. Valerian skipped to my side, laughing as if I had just won a game. She caught me around the neck and kissed me with a wildness of a dozen children. She had never let me wear the shed before. I marveled as she spread it over my naked shoulders. It was nearly weightless and softer than the richest velvet. It felt like wearing a warm breeze, the same breeze that had brushed me in the darkened forest glade where Valerian had taken me to gather the shadows. I thought of going to the forest pool to see how I looked in the water's reflection, but Felurian threw herself onto me. Bearing me to the ground, she landed beside me. Shed spread beneath her. She gathered the edges of the mouth. Tongues, hot. Faire's words stuck in my mind like burrs, goading me out into the world. The fact that I had been within a stone's throw of the man who had killed my parents and not realized it left a bitter taste in my mouth that even Felurian's kisses could not erase. And what the Faire had said of Denna kept playing over and over in my head. Eventually I awoke and knew the time had come. I rose, put my travel sack in order, and dressed for the first time in ages. The feeling of clothes against my skin felt odd after all this time. How long had I been gone? I brushed my fingers through my beard and shrugged the thought away. Guessing was pointless when I would know the answer soon enough. Turning, I saw Felurian standing in the center of the pavilion, her expression sad. For a moment, I thought she might protest my leaving, but she did nothing of the sort. Moving to my side, she fastened the shade around my shoulders, reminding me of her mother dressing her child against the cold. Even the butterflies that followed her seemed melancholy. She led me through the forest for hours, until we came to a pair of tall grey stones. She drew up the hood of my shed and bid me close my eyes. Then she led me in a brief circle, and I felt a subtle change in the air. When I opened my eyes, I could tell this forest was not the same one I had been walking through a moment before. The strange tension in the air was gone. This was the mortal world. I turned to Felurian. My lady, I said, I have nothing to give you before I go. Accept your promise to return. Her voice was lily soft, with a whisper of a warning. I smiled. I mean, I have nothing to leave you with, lady. Except remembrance. Closing my eyes, I bid her farewell with few words and many kisses. Then I left. I would like to say I did not look back. That could not be the truth. The sight of her almost broke my heart. She seemed so very small beside the huge grey stone. I almost went back to give one final kiss, one last goodbye. But I knew if I went back, I would never manage to leave again. Somehow, I kept walking. When I looked back the second time, Chapter 107. Fire.
I can't carry anymore.
I came to the Pennyworth Inn long after the sun had set. The huge inn's windows swelled with lamplight, and there were a dozen horses tethered outside, champing into their feed bags. The door was open, casting a slant square of light into the dark street. But something was wrong. There was none of the pleasant, rousing clamor that should be coming from a busy inn at night. Not a whisper, not a word. Anxious, I crept closer. Every fairy tale I'd ever heard was running through my head. I'd been gone years. Decades? Or was it more ordinary? Had there been more bandits than we thought? Had they returned to find their camp destroyed, then come here to make the public? I slid closely and peered inside. I saw the truth. There were 40 or 50 people in the inn. They sat at tables and benches and lined up at the bar. Every eye was pointed at the hearth. Look away, he continued.
I can't carry
didn't want to.
anymore.
Then Quoth stepped in front of me, blocking the sight of her. And for a second I was free of her spell. I was covered in a sweat so thick and cold it felt like someone had thrown a bucket of water over me. I tried to pull him back, but he shook me off and ran to her. Martin's expression was lined with regret. How come she didn't get the Adam in the big one too? Asked a man with a hawkish face sitting nearby on the corner of the car. He drummed his fingers on her back. If you'd really seen her, you all would have run off after her. There was a murmur of agreement in the room. Tempe spoke up from a nearby table, his blood-red shirt. When I was growing, I trained to have control.
I can't carry anymore.
He held up a hand and made a tight fist to his hungry, thirsty, tired. He shook his fist after each of these showed mastery over him. Women. The faintest of smiles touched his face, and he shook his fist again, but with none of the firmness of his youth. A murmur of laughter ran through the room. I say this. His force did not go. I may. Martin nodded. As for our other friend, with his thumb gestured across the room, Hespe convinced him to stay. There was more laughter at this. After a moment of searching, I spied where Dedan and Hespe sat. Dedan seemed to be fighting down a furious blush. Hespe rested a hand possessively on his leg. She smiled a private, satisfied smile. Next day we looked for him, Martin said, regaining the room's attention. We followed his trail through the woods. We found his sword half a mile from the pool. No doubt he lost it in his haste to catch her. His cloak hung from a branch not far from there. Martin lifted up the threadbare cloak I had brought him. It looked like it had been savaged by a mad dog. It was caught on a branch. He must have torn free rather than lose sight of her. The idly fingered the wrist. It could have been made of stronger stuff. He might still be able to do. I know my cue when I hear it. I stepped through the doorway and felt everyone turn to the left. I have found a much better cloak since, I said. Made by Felurian's own hand. And I have a story, too, one you will be telling your children's children. I smiled. There was a moment of silence. Then an uproar as everyone began to speak at once. My companion stared at me in stunned disbelief. Dedan was the first to recover, and after making his way to where I stood, surprised me with a rough, one-armed embrace. Only then did I notice one of his arms was hanging from his neck in a splint. I gave it a questioning look. Did you run into trouble? I asked while the room buzzed chaotically around us. Dedan shook his head. Hespe, he said simply. She didn't take too kindly to the thought of me running off after that fairy woman. She sort of convinced me to stay. She broke your arm. I remembered my parting glimpse of Hespe holding him to the ground. The big man looked down at his feet. A bit. She sort of held onto it while I tried to twist away. He gave a slightly sheepish smile. I guess you could say we broke it together.
At your service.
I clapped him on his good shoulder and laughed. That's sweet. Truly touching. I would have continued, but the room had quieted. Everyone was watching us. Watching me. As I looked at the crowd of people, I felt suddenly disoriented. How can I explain? I've already told you I don't know how much time I spent in the Fae, but it had been a long, long while. I'd lived there so long that the strangeness of it had faded. I'd grown comfortable there. Now that I was back in the mortal world, this crowded taproom seemed strange to me. How odd to be indoors rather than under the naked sky. The thick timbered wooden benches and tables looked so primitive and rough. The lamplight seemed unnaturally bright and harsh to my eyes. I'd had no company but Felurian for ages, and the people around me seemed strange by comparison. The whites of their eyes were startling. They smelled like sweat and horses and bitter iron. Their voices were hard and sharp, their postures stiff and awkward. But that only scratches the bare surface of it. I felt out of place in my own skin. It was profoundly irritating to be wearing clothes again, and I wanted nothing more than to be comfortably naked. My boots felt like a prison. On my long walk to the penny's worth, I had to constantly fight the urge to remove them. Looking at the faces around me, I saw a young woman of no more than 20. She had a sweet face, yet a perfect mouth. I took half a step towards her, fully intending to catch her up in my arms, and just as I began to reach out with one hand to caress the side of her neck, and my head spun with something that was the man sitting beside the woman was obviously her husband. That was important. Why wasn't I naked, eating violets and playing music underneath the open sky? Looking around the room again, everything seemed terribly ridiculous. These people sitting on their benches wearing layers on layers of clothing, eating with knives and forks. It all struck me as so pointless and contrived. It was incredibly funny. It was like they were playing a game. It was like a joke I'd never understood before. And so I laughed. It wasn't loud, particularly long, but it was high and wide and a strange delight. It was no human laughter that moved through the crowd like wind in the sea. It was near enough to hear it shifted in there, some looking at me with curiosity, some with fear. Some shivered and refused to meet my eye. Seeing their reaction shook me, and I made an effort to get a grip on myself. I drew a deep breath and closed my eyes. The moment of strange disorientation, my boots still felt hard and heavy on my feet. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Hespe looking up at me. She spoke hesitantly.
Afternoon.
Look, well, I smiled wide. I am. We thought you were lost. You thought I was gone? I corrected gently as I made my way to the fireplace where Martin stood. Dead in Felurian's arms or wandering the forest, mad and broken with desire. I looked at them each in turn. Isn't that right? I felt the whole room's eyes on me and decided to make the most of the situation. Come now, I'm Quoth. I'm a Daemaru born. I've studied at the university and can call down lightning like Tabal in the Great. Did you really think Felurian would be the death of me?
She would be,
said a rough voice from the edge of the hearth.
if you had ever so much as seen her shadow.
I turned to see the hawk face. I beg your pardon?
Beg the pardon of everyone here.
He said, his voice dripping with dismay.
I don't know what you hope to gain from this, but I don't believe the loss of you saw Felurian, not for a second.
I met his eyes. I did more than see her.
That would show. You'd be mad now, or dead. And while I'll admit you might be mad, it's not from any fairy charm.
The room chuckled at this.
No one has seen her in a score of years. The fair folk have left this place behind, and you're no to ball in, no matter what your friends say. I'm guessing you're just a clever storyteller, hoping to make a name for himself.
That struck uncomfortably close to the mark, and I could see some of the crowd eyeing me gently. Before I could say anything, Daydan pressed me.
What about his beard, then? When he ran off 3 nights ago, his face was as smooth as a baby's ass. So you said. I was going to keep quiet, even though I didn't believe half what you told us about those bandits or him calling the lightning. But I thought to myself, our friend probably died, and they want folks to remember him with a proud story or two. But really, this has gone too far. It's not wise to tell lies about the fair folk. I don't appreciate strangers coming here and spinning my friend's head nonsense. Be quiet, a lot of you. We've had enough out of you tonight.
Having said his piece, the fiddler opened the battered case that sat next to him and drew out his ash. The mood of the room had grown vaguely hostile at this point, and more than a few people eyed the incident. They danced like listen here, Estee said, and tried to pull it out. They danced along.
No, I won't be called a liar. We were sent here by Alvadon himself because of them bandits, and we did our job. We're not expecting a parade, but I'll be damned before I let you call me a liar. We killed those bastards, and afterward we did see Valerian, and Quoth there did take off after her.
Dedan glared around the room, mostly in the direction of the fiddler.
That's the truth, and I swear it by my good right hand. If anyone wants to call me a liar, we can have it out right now.
The fiddler picked up his bow and met Dedan's eye. He blew a screaming note across the room.
Liar!
Dedan nearly leapt across the room as people pushed their chairs back to make a clear space for the fight. The fiddler came to his feet slowly. He was taller than I expected, with short grey hair and scarred knuckles that told me he knew his way around. I managed to get in front of Dedan and leaned against him, speaking low in his ear. The wind wanted to roll with a broken arm. If he gets hold of it, you'll just scream and piss yourself in front of Hespe. I felt him relax a bit and gave him a gentle push back toward his son. He went, but he wasn't happy.
Something here!
I heard a woman say behind me.
If you want to have a scuff with someone, you take it outside and don't bother coming back. You don't get paid to fight the customers, you hear? Now, Penny,
The fiddler said soothingly.
I was just showing some teeth to him. He's the one who took it all personal. You can't blame me for making fun of the sort of stories they come in with.
I turned around and saw the fiddler was famous for his angry wisdom for years. He was a bull for shorter and had to reach out and jab his head.
God's mother said, you see that? Look at it, he's moving by himself.
You blind drunk, it's just a breeze.
There are no wind in tonight, he's moving himself. Look again.
It was my shed, of course. By now, several people had noticed it blowing gently in a breeze. I thought the effect was rather nice, but I could tell by their wide eyes that folk were coming along. One or two slid their chairs a little uneasily. Penny's eyes were fixed on my gently blowing shed, and she walked over to stand in front of me.
What is it?
She asked, her voice showing just a hint of fear. Nothing to worry over, I said easily, holding out the fold of it for her inspection. It is my shadow cloak. Valerian made it. The fiddler made a whisper. Penny shot him a look and hesitantly brushed my cloak with her hand.
Soft.
She murmured, looking up at me. When our eyes met, she looked surprised for a moment, then exclaimed,
You're Losie's boy?
Before I could ask what she meant, I heard a woman's voice say,
What?
I turned to see a red-haired servant girl, the same one who had embarrassed me so badly on our first meeting. Many pointed.
Your fresh-faced, fiery boy from about 3 standbys. You remember pointing him out to me? I didn't recognize him when he was here.
Lucy came to stand in front of me. Bright red curls tumbled over the bare, pale skin of her shoulders. Her dangerous green eyes swept over my shed and made their slow way up to my face.
Sim alright.
She said sideways to me. She took a step closer, almost pressing against me.
Boys are always wearing beards and hoping it will make them men.
Her bright emerald eyes settled boldly onto mine as if expecting me to blush and fumble about as I had before. I thought of everything I'd learned at the hands of Valerian and felt the strange, wild laughter welling up in me again. I fought it down as best I could, but I could feel it tumbling around inside me as I met her eye and smiled.
Good afternoon.
Losey took a startled half step back, her pale skin blushing to a furious red. Penny held out a hand to steady her.
Lord, girl, what's the matter with you?
Her out in disbelief.
You aren't buying this pup's story, are you?
Lucy turned and spoke hotly.
There's a look a man has when he knows his way around a woman, Ben Creighton. Not that you would know. When this one was here a couple of span ago, I liked his face and I thought I'd have a roll with him. But when I tried to trip him...
She trailed off, seemingly at a loss for words.
I remember that!
A man at the bar called out.
Funniest damn thing! I thought he was gonna piss himself! He couldn't say a word to her!
The fiddler shrugged.
So he found some farmer's daughter since then. It don't mean... Hush, Ben.
Penny said with quiet authority.
There's more changed here than a bit of beard can account for.
Her eyes searched my face.
No, but you're right, girl. There is a fair look about him.
The fiddler started to speak again, but Penny shot him a sharp look.
Hush or get out. I don't want any fights in here tonight.
The fiddler looked around the room and saw the tide had turned against him. Red-faced and scowling, he gathered up his fiddle and stormed out. Lucy stepped close to me again, brushing her hair back.
She really is beautiful, as they say.
Her chin went up proudly.
More beautiful than me.
I hesitated, then spoke softly. She was Valyrian. Most beautiful. I reached out to brush the side of her neck, where her red hair leaned forward and whispered 7 words in her ear. You love me. Penny spoke up.
How did you manage to get away?
I looked around the room and felt everyone looking at me. Wild, vague laughter tumbled around me. I smiled and ate and smiled. Then I moved to the front of the room, sat on the hearth. Or rather, I told them the story. If I told them the entire truth, they wouldn't have believed it. Valyrian let me go because I was holding a song hostage. It simply didn't fit the classic line. So what I told them was closer to the story they expected to hear. In that story, I faced Valyrian in this way. Our bodies tangled together in the twilight flame. Then, as we rested, I played her music light enough to make her laugh. Music dark enough to make her laugh. But when I tried to leave the day, she would not let me. She was too fond of my artistry. I shouldn't be coy, I suppose. I implied rather strongly that Valyrian thought quite highly of me as a lover. I offer no apology for this behavior, except to say that I was a young man of 16, proud of my newfound skills, and not above a little bragging. I told them how Valyrian had tried to trap me in the Fae, how we fought with magic. For this, I borrowed a little from Tabor in the Great.
At your service.
There was fire and lightning. At the end, I bested Valyrian, but spared her life. In her gratitude, she wove me a fairy cloak, taught me secret magics, and gave me a silver leaf as a token of her favor. Believe me, pure fabrication. But it wouldn't have been a proper story if she hadn't given me 3 gifts. All in all, it was a good story, and partly true. Well, at least it had some truth.
I am overburdened.
In my defense, I could have dispensed with the truth entirely and told a much better story. Lies are simpler, and most of the time they make better sense. Lucy watched me all through the telling. She seemed to take the whole thing as a challenge and prowess. After the story was over, she made sense. Lucy came closer to killing me than Valyrian ever had. She was a delightful partner, every bit as wonderful as Valyrian had been. How could that be? How could anyone more? It is easier to understand with these people. Sometimes sometimes he finds a jig more suited to his taste. The same holds true for lovemaking. One type is suited to the deep cushions of a twilight forest glade. Another comes quite narrow fields, scared. Each woman is like an instrument waiting to be heard, loved, and finally played, to have at least her own true music. Some might take offense at this way of seeing things, not understanding how a trooper views his music. They might deride his grave, they might consider his callous or bored. They do not understand love. Chapter 108. Quick. We spent a few days at the Pennyworth while our welcome was good. We had our own room and all our meals and food. Fewer bandits meant safer roads and more customers, and Penny knew our presence at the inn would draw a better crowd than we put the time to use, enjoying hot meals and soft beds. All of us could use the time to mend. Hespe was still nursing her arrow-shot leg, Dedan his broken arm. My own minor injuries were the fight with bandits long since gone. I had newer ones, which consisted of a heavily scratched back. I taught Tempe the basics of the loop, and he resumed to teach him how to fight. My training consisted of short courses concerning the lethargic and long, strenuous periods of practice. I also pieced together a song about my Valyrian experience. I originally called it In Twilight Burst, which you have to admit wasn't a very good title. Luckily, the name didn't stick, and these days most people know it as The Song Half Sung. It wasn't my best work, but it was easy to remember. The customers at the inn seemed to enjoy it, and when I heard Losie whistling it as she served drinks, I knew it would spread like a fire in a scene of coal. Since folk kept asking for stories, I shared a few other interesting events from my life. I told them how I'd managed to get admitted into the university when I was barely 15 years old. I told them how I'd gained entry to the Arcanum in a mere 3 days' time. I told them how I had called the name of the wind in a furious rage on Ambrose. Since my audience was still hungry for more, I simply stole a story about Gideon and put myself in his place instead, stealing a few pieces from Tabor. I'm not proud of that, and in my defense, I'd like to say I had quite the good time. What's more, there were a few pretty women in my audience. There's something powerfully beguiling about this flashing eyes. They can pull all manner of nonsense out of a foolish young man, and I was no exception to this rule. Meanwhile, Dedan and Hespe occupied the small, exclusive world new lovers make for themselves. They were a delight to watch. Dedan was gentler, quieter. Hespe's face lost much of his heart. They spent a great deal of time in their room. Martin flirted outrageously with Penny, drank enough to drown a fish, and generally enjoyed himself enough. Any 3 men. We left Pennyworth after 3 days, not wanting to wear our welcomes in. I belonged. That's between Tempe's training and Rosie's attentions. I was nearly dead from exhaustion. We made slow time on the road back to Seven. Part of this was out of concern for Hespe's injured leg, but some of it was because we knew our time together was drawing to an end. Despite our difficulties, news of our adventures had run ahead of us on the road, so when we stopped for the night, our meals and beds were easy to come by, if not free. On our 3rd day out of the Pennyworth, we ran across a small troupe of performers. They weren't a Demaru and looked rather out at the heels. There were just 4 of them, an older fellow, 2 men in their 20s, and a boy of 8 or 9. They were packing up their rickety cart just as we were stopping to give Hespe's leg a bit of a rest. "Hello, the troopers!" I called out. They looked up nervously, then relaxed as they saw the loot across my back. Hello to Bard. I laughed and shook their hands. No Bard here, just a bit of a singer. Hello the same, the older man said, smiling. Which way are you heading? North to south, yourself? They relaxed further once they knew I was heading in a different direction. East to west, he said. How's your luck been? He shrugged. Poor enough lately, but we've heard tell of a lady chalker who lives 2 days off. They say she never turns a man away if it can fiddle a bit or mum a play. We hope to come off with a penny or two. Things were better when we had the bear, one of the younger men said. Folk will pay to see a bear bait. We're sick of a dog bite, the young man explained to me. Always near a year ago. That's a shame, I said. Bears hard to come by. They nodded a silent agreement. I've got a new song for you. What will you trade me for it? He eyed me warily. Well now, new to you isn't exactly new to us, he pointed out. And a new song ain't necessarily a good song, if you know what I mean. Judge for yourself, I said as I uncased my lute. I'd written it to be easy to remember and simple to sing, that I said quite I'd love to hear it.
I once saw a fair farmer's daughter on the riverbank far from all men. She was taking a bath when I saw her. Said she didn't feel right if a man caught her sight, so she soaped herself slowly all over again.
I laughed. That's good, I complimented him. But how about this? I once saw a fair farmer's daughter on the riverbank far from all men.
Good afternoon.
She confessed to me once when I caught her that she didn't feel clean if her bathing was seen, so she washed herself over again. The boy thought about it.
I like mine better,
He said after a moment's consideration. I patted him on the back. It's a good man that sticks to his own verse. I turned back to the leader of the little troop. Any gossip? He thought for a moment. Bandits north of here in the Eld? I nodded. They've been cleared out now, so I've heard. He thought some more. I heard Elveron's getting married to the Lackless woman.
I know a poem about Lackless.
The young boy chimed in again and began.
7 things stand before the entrance to the Lackless door.
Hush! The older man cuffed the boy gently along the side of his head. He looked up apologetically. Boy's got a good ear, but not one lick of manners. Actually, I said, I'd like to hear it. He shrugged and let go of the boy, who glared at him before reciting.
7 things stand before the entrance to the Lackless door. One of them, a ring unworn. 1, a word that is forsworn. 1, a time that must be right. 1, a candle without light. 1, a son who brings the blood. 1, a door that holds the flood. 1, a thing tight held in keeping. Then comes that which comes with sleeping.
It's one of those riddle rhymes, the father said apologetically. Lord knows where he is, but he knows better than to go spouting every lewd thing he hears. Where did you hear it? I asked. The boy thought for a moment, then shrugged and began to scratch himself behind his knee.
Dunno, kids?
We should be getting on, the older man said, looking up at the sky. I dug into my purse and handed him a silver noble. What's this then? He asked, eyeing it suspiciously. To help with a new bear, I said. I've been through some tight times too, but I'm flush now. They left after thanking me profusely. Poor fellows. No self-respecting rude troop would ever stoop to bear baiting. There was no skill involved, no pride in the performance. But they could hardly be blamed for their lack of brew blood, and we troopers have to watch out for each other. No one else does. Tempe and I used our walking hours to discuss the Lethani and evenings to practice the Ketan. It was becoming easier for me, and I could sometimes make it as far as catching rain before Tempe caught some minuscule mistake and made me start over. The two of us had found a halfway secluded place beside the inn where we had stopped for the day. Dedan, Hespe, and Martin were inside drinking. I worked my way carefully through the Ketan while Tempe sat with his back to a tree, practicing a basic fingering drill I had taught him with relentless determination. Over and over. Over and over. I just made it through circling hands when I caught a flicker of movement from the corner of my eye. I did not pause, as Tempe had taught me to avoid distraction while performing the Ketan. If I turned to look, I would have had to start over again. Moving with painful slowness, I began dance backwards. But as soon as I placed my heel, I could tell my balance was wrong. I waited for Tempe to call out, but he didn't. I stopped the Ketan and turned to see a group of 4 Ardem mercenaries walking toward us with a prowling grace. Tempe was already on his feet and walking toward them. My loot was back in its case and leaning up against the side of the tree. Soon the 5 of them were standing in a tight group, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Close enough that I couldn't hear the barest whisper of what they were saying, or even see their hands. But I could tell from the angle of Tempe's shoulders that he was uncomfortable, defensive. I knew calling out to Tempe would be considered rude, so I walked over. But before I came close enough to hear, one of the unfamiliar mercenaries stretched out a hand and pushed me away, his spread fingers pressing firmly against the center of my chest. Without thinking, I made break lion, taking hold of his thumb and turning his wrist away from me. He loosed his hand from mine without any apparent effort, and moved to trip me with chasing stone. I made dance backwards and got the balance right this time, but his other hand struck me in the temple just enough to dizzy me for half a second. Not hard enough to even hurt. My pride stung, though. It was the same way Tempe struck me in silent rebuke for sloppy performance at the Ketan. The mercenary said softly in a Turan. It was only when I heard her voice that I realized she was a woman. Not that she was particularly masculine, it was simply that she seemed so similar to Tempe. She had the same sandy hair, pale grey eyes, calm expression, blood-red clothes. She was taller than Tempe by a few inches, and her shoulders were broader than his. But while she was ripcord thin, the tightness of her mercenary red still revealed the lean curves of hip and breast. Looking more closely, I could easily see 3 of the 4 mercenaries were women. The broad-shouldered one facing me had a thin scar cutting through her eyebrow, and another close to her jaw. They were the same pale silver scars Tempe had on his arms and chest, and while they were far from gruesome, they made her expressionless face look oddly grim. "Quick," she had said. On the surface it seemed to be a compliment, but I've been mocked enough in my life to recognize it regardless of the language. Even worse, her right hand slid all the way around to rest in the small of her back, palm facing out. Even with my rudimentary knowledge of Ardem hand talk, I knew what that meant. Her hand was as far as it could possibly get from the hilt of her sword. At the same time, she turned her shoulder to me and looked away. I wasn't just prepared unthreatened. This was insultingly dismissive. I fought to keep my face calm, guessing any expression would only further lower her opinion of me. Tempe pointed back where I had come from. "Go," he said, serious, formal. I reluctantly obeyed, not wanting to make a scene. The Ardem stood in a close knot for a quarter of an hour as I practiced the Ketan. Though I didn't hear a whisper of their conversation, it was obvious they were arguing. Their gestures were sharp and angry, the placement of their feet aggressive. Eventually, the 4 unfamiliar Ardem left, walking back toward the road. Tempe returned to where I was trying to work my way through threshing wheat. "Too wide." Irritation. I tapped my back leg and pushed my shoulder to show my balance was lacking. I moved my foot and tried again. "Who were they, Tempe?"
"Ardem,"
he said simply, sitting himself back down at the foot of the tree. Did you know them?
Yes.
Tempe looked around, then brought my loot out of its case. With his hands occupied, he was doubly mute. I went back to practicing the ketan, knowing that trying to pry answers out of him would be like pulling teeth. 2 hours passed, and the sun began to sink behind the western trees.
Tomorrow I leave,
he said, with both his hands still on the loot. I could only guess at his mood. Where?
to Hearth, to Shane.
Are those cities?
Hearth is city. Shane is my teacher.
I had given some thought to what might be the matter. Are you in trouble for teaching me? He set the loot back in the case and pressed the lid back in place.
Perhaps.
Yes. Is it forbidden?
It is most forbidden,
he said. Tempe stood and began the ketan. I followed him, and both of us were quiet for a while. How much trouble? I asked eventually.
Most trouble,
he said, and I heard an uncharacteristic shred of emotion in his voice. Anxiety.
He was perhaps unwild.
Together we moved as slowly as the setting sun. I thought of what the Faire had said. The one shred of potentially useful information it had let slip in our conversation. You laughed at fairies until you saw one. Small wonder all your civilized neighbors dismissed the Chandrian as well. You'd have to leave your precious corners far behind before you found someone who might take you seriously. You wouldn't have a hope until you made it to the Stormwall. Felurian had said the Cthae only spoke the truth. Could I accompany you? I asked.
Our company?
Tempe asked, his hands moving in a graceful circle, intended to break the long bones of the arm. Travel with, follow, to Hearth.
Yes.
Would it help your trouble?
Yes.
I will come.
I thank you.
Chapter 109. Barbarians and Madmen. Truthfully, I wanted nothing more than to make my way back to Seven. I wanted to sleep in a bed again and take advantage of the mayor's favor while it was still fresh in his mind. I wanted to find Denna and make things right between us. But Tempe was in trouble for teaching me. I couldn't simply run off and leave him to face that by himself. What's more, the Cthae had told me Denna had already left Severin behind. Though I hardly needed a prophetic fairy to tell me that. I'd been gone for a month, and Denna was never the sort to let grass grow under her feet. So the next morning our group parted ways. Dedan, Hespe, and Martin were going south to Severin to report to the mayor and collect their pay. Tempe and I were heading northeast, toward the Stormwall and Adenre. You sure you don't want me to take in the box? Dedan asked for the 5th time. I promised the mayor I'd return any monies to him personally. I lied. But I do need you to give him this. I handed the big mercenary the letter I'd written the night before. It explains why I had to make you the leader of the group. I grinned. You might get a bonus out of it. Dedan puffed up importantly as he took hold of the letter. Standing nearby, Martin made a noise that could have been a cough. As Tempe and I traveled, I managed to coax a few details from the mercenary. Eventually, I learned it was customary for someone of his social standing to gain permission before he took a student of his own. Complicating matters was the fact that I was an outsider, a barbarian. In teaching a person like me, it seemed like Tempe had done more than violate a custom. He had broken a trust with his teacher and his people. Will there be a trial of some sort? I asked. He shook his head.
No trial. Shehin will ask me questions. I will say, I saw in quoth good iron waiting. He is of Letani. He needs Letani to guide him.
Tempe nodded at me.
Sehin will ask you of the Letani to see if I were right in my seeing. Sehin will decide if you are iron worth striking.
His hand circled, making a gesture for uneasy.
What will happen if I'm not?
I asked.
For you? Uncertainty. For me, I will be cut away.
Cut away? I asked, hoping I misunderstood. He held up a hand and wiggled his fingers.
Adem.
He made a tight fist and shook it.
Ademre.
Then he opened his hand and touched his little finger.
Tempi.
He touched the other fingers.
Friend. Brother. Mother.
He touched the thumb.
Sehin.
Then he made a gesture as if paring off his little finger and throwing it away.
Cut away,
he said. Not killed then, but exiled. I started to breathe easier until I looked in Tempe's pale eyes. For just a moment there was a crack in his perfect, placid mask, and behind it I saw the truth. Death would be a kinder punishment than being cut away. He was terrified, as frightened as anyone I had ever seen. We agreed our best hope was for me to put myself entirely in Tempe's hands during the trip to Hayat. I had approximately 15 days to polish what I knew to a bright shine, the hope being that when I met Tempe's superiors I could make a good impression. Before we began the first day, Tempe instructed me to put my share away. Reluctantly, I did so. Folded down into a surprisingly small bundle that stowed easily into my travel sack. The pace Tempe set was grueling. First, the two of us moved through the dancer's stretch I'd watched many times before. Then, instead of our usual brisk walk, we ran for an hour. Then we performed the ketan with Tempe correcting my endless mistakes. Then we walked a mile. Finally, we sat and discussed the Letani. The fact that these discussions were in Ademic did not make matters easier, but we agreed I should immerse myself in the language, so when I reached Hayat, I would speak as a civilized person.
What is the purpose of the Letani?
Tempe asked. To give us a path to follow, I replied.
No,
Tempe said sternly.
The Letani is not a path.
What is the purpose of Letani, Tempe?
To guide us in our actions. By following the Letani, you act rightly.
Is this not a path?
No. The Letani is what helps us choose a path.
Then we would begin the cycle again. Run an hour, perform the ketan, walk a mile, discuss the Letani. It took about 2 hours, and after our brief discussion was finished, we began again. At one point in our discussion of the Letani, I began to make the gesture for understatement, but Tempe laid his hand on top of mine, stopping me.
When we are having talk about the Letani, you are to make none of this.
His left hand moved quickly through excitement, negation, and several other gestures I didn't recognize.
Why?
Tempe thought for a moment.
When you speak of Letani, it should not come from here.
He tapped on my head.
Or here.
He tapped on my chest, over my heart, and ran his fingers down to my left hand.
True knowing of the Letani lives deeper, lives here.
He prodded me in the stomach, below my navel.
You must speak from here, without thinking.
As we continued, I slowly came to understand the unspoken rules to our discussions. Not only was it intended to teach me the Letani, it was supposed to reveal how deeply rooted understanding of the Letani had become within me. That meant questions were to be answered quickly. None of the deliberate pauses that usually marked Ademic conversation. You were not supposed to give a thoughtful answer, you were supposed to give an earnest one. If you truly understood the Letani, that knowledge would become obvious in your answer. Run, ketan, walk, discuss. We completed the cycle 3 times before our midday break. 6 hours. I was covered in sweat and half convinced I would die. After an hour to rest and eat, we were off again. We finished another 3 cycles before we stopped for the night. We made camp by the side of the road. I chewed my supper half asleep, spread my blanket, and wrapped myself in my shade. In my exhausted state, it seemed as soft and warm as a down eider. In the middle of the night, Tempe shook me awake. Though some deep animal part of me hated him, I knew it was necessary as soon as I stirred. My body was stiff and aching, but the slow, familiar movements of the Ketan helped loosen my tight muscles. He made me stretch and drink water. Then I slept like a stone for the remainder of the night. The second day was worse. Even strapped tightly to my back, my loot became a miserable burden. The sword I couldn't even use dragged at my hip. My travel sack felt as heavy as a millstone, and I regretted not letting Dedan take the mayor's box. My muscles were rubbery and disloyal, and when we ran, my breath burned in my throat. The moments when Tempe and I spoke of Lethani were the only real rest, but they were disappointingly brief. My mind spun with exhaustion, and it took all my concentration to pull my thoughts into order, trying to give proper answers. Even so, my responses only irritated me. Time after time, he shook his head, explaining how I was wrong. Eventually, I gave up trying to be right. Too weary to care, I quit pulling my exhausted thoughts into order and simply enjoyed sitting down for a few minutes. I was too weary to remember what I said half the time, but surprisingly, Tempe found those answers more to his liking. That was a blessing. When my answers pleased him, our discussions lasted longer and I could spend more time resting. I felt considerably better the third day. My muscles no longer ached as badly, my breath came easier, my head felt clear and light, like a leaf floating on the wind. In this frame of mind, answers to Tempe's questions tripped easily off the tip of my tongue, simple as singing. Run, Ketan, walk, discuss, 3 cycles. Then as we moved through the Ketan on the side of the road, I collapsed. Tempe had been watching closely and caught me before I hit the ground. My world spun dizzily for a few minutes before I realized I was in the shade of a tree at the side of the road. Tempe must have carried me there. He held out my water skin. Drink! The thought of water was not appealing, but I took a mouthful anyway.
I'm sorry, Tempe.
He shook his head.
You came far before falling. You did not complain. You showed your mind is stronger than your body. That is good. When the mind controls the body, that is of the Letani. But knowing your limit is also of the Letani. It is better to stop when you must than run until you fall. Unless falling is what the Letani requires, I said without thinking. My head still felt as light as a wind-blown leaf. He gave me a rare smile. Yes, you are beginning to see.
I returned his smile. Your Aturan is coming very well, Tempe. Tempe blinked, worried.
We are speaking my language, not yours.
I'm not speaking. I started to protest, but as I did, I listened to the words I was using. Skeopateas. My head reeled for a moment.
Drink again,
Tempe said, and though his face and voice were carefully controlled, I could tell he was concerned. I took another sip to pacify him. Then, as if my body suddenly realized it needed the water, I became very thirsty and took several large swallows. I stopped before I drank too much and cramped my stomach. Tempe nodded approval. Am I speaking well, then? I said to distract myself from my thirst.
You are speaking well for a child, very well for a barbarian.
Only well. Am I making the words wrong?
You touch eyes too much.
He widened his eyes and stared pointedly into my own, unblinking.
Also, your words are good but simple.
You must teach me more words, then. He shook his head, serious.
You already know too many words.
Too many? Tempe, I know very few.
It is not the words. It is their use. In Adam, there is an art to speaking. There are those who can say many things in one thing. My saying is such. They say a thing in one breath, and others will find meaning in it for a year.
Gentle reproach.
Too often, you say more than you need. You should not speak in Adamic as you sing in Asura. 100 words to replace a woman. Too many. Our talk is smaller.
So when I meet a woman, I should simply say, "You are beautiful"? Tempe shook his head.
No. You would say simply, beautiful, and let the woman decide the rest of what you mean.
Isn't that... I didn't know the words for vague or unspecific, and had to start again to get my point across. Doesn't that lead to confusion?
It leads to thoughtfulness, he said firmly. It is delicate. That should always be the concern when one is speaking. To be too much talking.
He shook his head. Disapproval.
It is.
He stalled, searching for a word. Rude? Negation. Frustration.
I go to Severin, and there are people who stink. There are people who do not. Both are people, but those who do not stink are people of quality.
He tapped my chest firmly with 2 fingers.
You are not a godhead. You are a student of the Litany. My student. You should speak as a person of quality.
What about clarity? What if you were building a bridge? There are many pieces to that. All of them must be said clearly.
Of course,
Tempe said.
Agreement. Sometimes. But in most things, important things, delicate is better. Small is better.
Tempe reached out and gripped my shoulder firmly. Then he looked up, met my eye, and held it for a brief moment. Such a rarity for him. He gave a small, quiet smile.
Proud,
he said. The remainder of the day was spent in recovery. We would walk a few miles, perform the Ketan, discuss the Lethani, then walk again. We stopped at a roadside inn that evening where I ate enough for 3 men and fell into bed before the sun had left the sky. The next day we went back to the cycles, but only 2 before midday and 2 after. My body burned and ached, but I was no longer delirious with exhaustion. Fortunately, with a little mental effort, I could slide back into that strange, anticipatory clear-headedness I'd used to answer Tempe's questions the day before. Over the next couple of days, I came to think of that odd mental state as spinning leaf. It seemed like a distant cousin to Heart of Stone, the mental exercise I'd learned so long ago. That said, there was little similarity between the two. Heart of Stone was practical. It stripped away emotion and focused my mind. It made it easier to break my mind into separate pieces or maintain the all-important Allah. On the other hand, Spinning Leaf seemed largely useless. It was relaxing to let my mind grow clear and empty, then float and tumble lightly from one thing to the next. But aside from helping me draw answers to Tempe's questions out of thin air, it seemed to have no practical value. It was the mental equivalent of a card trick. By the 8th day on the road, my body no longer ached constantly. That was when Tempe added something new. After performing the Ketan, the 2 of us would fight. It was hard, as that was when I was the most weary, but after the fighting we would always sit, rest, and discuss the Lethani.
Why did you smile as we fought today?
Tempe would say.
Because I was happy. Did you enjoy the fighting?
Yes. Tempe radiated displeasure.
This is not of the Lethani.
I thought a moment on my next question. Should a man take pleasure in the fight?
No. You take pleasure in acting rightly and following the Lethani.
What if following the Lethani requires me to fight? Should I not take pleasure in it?
No. You should take pleasure in following the Lethani. If you fight well,
I got the
You
best
should take
deals
pride
anywhere.
in doing a thing well. For the fighting itself, you should feel only duty and sorrow. Only barbarians and madmen take pleasure in combat. Whoever loves the fight itself has left the Letani behind. On the 11th day,
Have a
Tempe
good
showed
one.
me how to incorporate my sword into the Ketan. The first thing I learned was how quickly a sword becomes lead-heavy when held at arm's length. With our sparring and the addition of the sword, each cycle took nearly 2.5 hours. Still, we kept to our schedule every day, 3 cycles before noon, 3 cycles after. 15 hours in all. I could feel my body hardening, becoming quick and lean like Tempe's. So we ran,
What up?
and I learned, and Hert drew ever closer. Chapter 110, Beauty and Branch. As we traveled, we moved quickly through towns, stopping only for food and water. The countryside was a blur. My mind was focused on the Ketan, the Lethani, and the language I was learning. The road became narrower as we made our way into the foothills of the Stormwell. The land grew rocky and jagged, and the road began to snake back and forth as it avoided box valleys, bluffs, and jumbles of broken rock. The air changed, growing cooler than I expected in summer. We finished the trip in 15 days. At my best guess, we covered almost 300 miles in that time. Heart was the first Ardem town I'd ever seen, and to my inexperienced eye, it hardly seemed a town at all. There was no central street lined with houses and shops. What buildings I did see were widely spaced, oddly shaped, and built to fit closely with the natural shape of the land, as if they were trying to keep out of sight. I didn't know that the powerful storms that gave the mountain range its name were common here. Their sudden changing winds would tear apart anything so upthrust and angular as the square timber houses common in the lands below. Instead, the Ardem built sensibly, hiding their buildings from the weather. Homes were built into the sides of hills or outward from the leeward walls of sheltering cliffs. Some were dug downward, others were carved into the stony sides of bluffs. Some you could hardly see unless you were standing next to them. The exception was a group of low stone buildings clustered close together some distance from the road. We stopped outside the largest of these. Tempe turned to face me, tugging nervously at the leather straps holding his mercenary Rezz tight to his arms. I must go and make my introductions to Shehin. I may be some time. Anxiety, regret. You must wait here. Perhaps wrong. His body language told me more than his words. I cannot take you inside as you are a barbarian. I will wait, I reassured him. He nodded and went inside, glancing back at me before closing the door behind himself. I looked around, watching a few people quietly going about their business. A woman carrying a basket, a young boy leading a goat by a piece of rope. The buildings were made of the same rough stone as the landscape, blending into their surroundings. The sky was overcast, adding another shade of grey. The wind blew over everything, snapping around corners and making patterns in the grass. I thought briefly of pulling on my shed, but decided against it. The air was thinner here and cooler, but it was still summer, and the sun. It felt oddly peaceful here, with none of the clamor and stink of a larger town, no clatter of hooves on cobblestones, no cart vendors singing out their wares. I could imagine someone like Tempe growing up in a place like this, soaking in the quiet until he was full of it, then taking it with him in bed. With little else to look at, I turned to the nearby building. It was made from uneven pieces of stone, pieced together like a jigsaw. Looking closer, I was puzzled by the lack of mortar. I tapped it with a knuckle, wondering briefly if it might be a single piece of stone carved to look like many stones put together. Behind me, I heard a voice say in Ademic,
What do you see on our wall?
I turned to see an older woman with the characteristic pale grey eyes of the Arden. Her face was impassive, but her features were kind and lovely.
She wore a yellow woolen cap pulled down over her ears. It was roughly knitted, and the sandy hair that stuck out from underneath was starting to go white. After all this time traveling with Tempe, it was odd to see an Ardem who wasn't strapped into tight mercenary red and wearing a sword. This woman wore a loose-fitting white shirt and linen pants.
Is it fascinating, our war?
She asked, gesturing gentle amusement, curiosity with one hand.
What do you think of it?
I think it is beautiful, I responded in Ardem, careful to make only brief eye contact. Her hand tilted in an unfamiliar gesture.
Beautiful?
I gave the barest of shrugs. There is beauty that belongs to simple things of function,
Perhaps you are mistaking a word.
she said. Gentle apology.
Beauty is a flower, or a woman, or a gem. Perhaps you mean to say utility. A war is useful.
Useful, but beautiful as well.
Perhaps a thing gains beauty being used.
Perhaps a thing is used according to its beauty, I countered, wondering if this was the Ardem equivalent of small talk. If it was, I preferred it to the insipid gossip of the mayor's court.
What of my hat?
She asked, touching it with her hand.
Is it beautiful because it is used?
It was knitted from a thick homespun wool and dyed a bright corn silk yellow. It was slightly lopsided, and its stitching was uneven in places. It seems very warm, I said carefully. She gestured small amusement, and her eyes twinkled ever so slightly.
It is that,
she said.
and to me it is beautiful, as it was made for me by my daughter's daughter.
Then it is beautiful as well. Agreement. The woman's hand smiled at me. Her hand tilted differently from Tempe's when she made the gesture, and I decided to take it as a fond, motherly smile. Keeping my face blank, I gestured a smile in return, doing my best to make it both warm and polite.
You speak well for a barbarian,
she said, and reached out to grip my arms in a friendly gesture.
Visitors are rare, especially those so fabulous. Come with me and I will show you beauty, and you will speak to me of what its use might be.
I looked down. Regret. I cannot. I am waiting.
For one insight?
I nodded.
If they have gone inside, I suspect you will be waiting some time. Certainly they would be pleased if you came with me. I may prove more entertaining than a war.
The old woman lifted her arm and caught the attention of the young boy. He trotted over and looked up at her expectantly, his eyes darting briefly to my hair. She made several gestures to the boy, but I only understood quietly.
Tell those inside, I am taking this man for a walk, so he need not stand alone in the wind. I will return him shortly.
She tapped my loot case, then did the same to my travel sack and the sword on my hip.
Give these to the boy, and he will take them inside for you.
Without waiting for me to reply, she began to tug my travel sack off my shoulder, and I couldn't think of a graceful way of disengaging myself without seeming terribly impolite. Every culture is different, but one thing is always true. The surest way to give offense is to refuse the hospitality of your host. The boy scurried off with my things, and the old woman took my arm, leading me away. I resigned myself somewhat gratefully to her company, and we walked quietly until we came to a deep valley that opened suddenly in front of us. It was green, with a stream at the bottom, and sheltered from the persistent wind.
What would you say of such a thing?
She asked, gesturing to the hidden valley. It is much like Ademre. She patted my arm affectionately.
You have the gift of saying without saying. That is rare for one as you are.
She began to make her way down into the valley, keeping one hand on my arm for support as she stepped carefully along a narrow rocky path that twisted along the valley wall. I spotted a young boy with a herd of sheep not too far off. He waved to us, but did not call out. We made our way to the valley bottom, where the stream rolled white over stones. It made clear pools where I could see the ripples of fish stirring in the water.
What do you call this? Beautiful?
She asked after we had looked a while. Yes.
Why?
Uncertainty. Perhaps its movement?
The stone moved not at all, and you called it beautiful as well.
Questioning. It is not the nature of stone to move. Perhaps it is beauty to move according to your nature. She nodded as if my answer pleased her. We continued to watch the water.
Have you heard of the Latanza?
She asked. No, regret. But perhaps I simply do not know the word. She turned and we made our way along the valley floor until we came to a wider spot with the carefully groomed look of a garden. In the center of it was a tall tree, the like of which I had never seen before. We stopped at the edge of the clearing.
This is a sword tree,
she said, and made a gesture I did not recognize, brushing the back of her hand against her cheek.
the Latanta. Would you say it is beautiful?
I watched it for a moment. Curiosity. I would enjoy seeing it more closely.
That is not allowed.
Emphatic. I nodded and watched it as well as I could from this distance. It had high, arching branches like a book, but its leaves were broad, flat, and spun in odd circles when they caught the wind. Yes, I answered after a long while.
Why did it take you so long to decide?
I was considering the reason for its beauty, I admitted.
And?
I could say it both moves and doesn't move according to its nature, and that grants it beauty, but I do not think that is the reason.
Why then?
I watched it for a long time. I do not know. What do you consider the reason?
It simply is,
she said.
That is enough.
I nodded, feeling slightly foolish about the elaborate answers I had given before.
Do you know of the Ketan?
She asked, surprising me. I now had an inkling of how important such things were to the Ardem, so I hesitated to give an open answer. However, I did not want to lie either. Perhaps. Apology. She nodded.
You are cautious.
Yes. Are you Shehin? Shehin nodded.
When did you suspect me of being who I am?
When you asked of the Ketan, I said. When did you suspect me of knowing more than a barbarian should?
When I saw you set your feet.
Another silence. Shehin, why do you not wear the red like other mercenaries? She made a pair of unfamiliar gestures.
Has your teacher told you why they wear the red?
I did not think to ask, I said, not wanting to imply Tempe had neglected my training.
I ask you then.
I thought a moment. So their enemies will not see them bleed? Approval.
Why then do I wear white?
The only answer I could think of chilled me. Because you do not bleed. She gave a partial nod.
Also because if an enemy draws my blood, she should see it as her fair reward.
I fretted silently, doing my best to mimic proper Ardem composure. After an appropriately polite pause, I asked, what will become of Tempe?
That remains to be seen.
She gestured something close to irritation, then asked,
are you not concerned for yourself?
I am more concerned for Tempe. The sword tree spun patterns on the wind. It was almost hypnotic.
How far have you come in your journey?
Shehin asked. I have studied Ketan for a month. She turned to face me and raised her hands.
Are you ready?
I could not help but think that she was shorter than me by 6 inches and old enough to be my grandmother. Her lopsided yellow hat didn't make her look terribly intimidating either. Perhaps, I said, and raised my hands as well. Shehin came toward me slowly, making hands like knives. I countered with catching rain. Then I made climbing iron and fast inward, but could not touch her. She quickened slightly, made turning breath and striking forward at the same time. I stopped one with fan water, but couldn't escape the other. She touched me below my ribs, then on my temple, as softly as you would press a finger to someone's lips. Nothing I tried had any effect on her. I made thrown lightning, but she simply stepped away, not even bothering to counter. Once or twice, I felt the brush of cloth against my hands as I came close enough to touch her white shirt, but that was all. It was like trying to strike a piece of hanging string. I set my teeth and made threshing wheat, pressing cider, and Mother at the Stream, moving seamlessly from one to the other in a flurry of blows. She moved like nothing I had ever seen. It wasn't that she was fast, though she was fast, but that was not the heart of it. Shehin moved perfectly, never taking 2 steps when one would do, never moving 4 inches when she only needed 3. She moved like something out of a story, more fluid and graceful than Felurian dancing. Hoping to catch her by surprise and prove myself, I moved as fast as I dared. I made maiden dancing, catching sparrows, 15 wolves. Shehin took one single perfect step.
Why do you weep?
Shehin asked as she made heron falling.
Are you ashamed? Are you in fear?
I blinked my eyes to clear them. My voice was harsh from the exertion and emotion. You are beautiful, Shehin. For in you is the stone of the wall, the water of the stream, and the motion of the tree in one. Shehin blinked, and in her moment of surprise, I found myself firmly gripping her shoulder and arm. I made thunder upward, but instead of being thrown, Shehin stood still and as solid as a stone. Almost absent-mindedly, she freed herself with Break Lion and made threshing wheat. I flew 6 feet and hit the ground. I was up quickly with no harm done. It was a gentle throw on soft turf, and Tempe had taught me how to fall without hurting myself. But before I could advance again, Shehin stopped me with a gesture.
Tempe has both taught you and not taught you,
she said, her expression unreadable. I forced my eyes away from her face again. So hard to break that lifetime's worth of habit.
Which is both bad and good. Come.
She turned and walked closer to the tree. It was bigger than I had thought. The smaller branches moved in wild, curving patterns as the wind tossed them about. Shehin picked up a fallen leaf and handed it to me. It was broad and flat, the size of a small plate, and surprisingly heavy. My hand stung, and I saw a thin line of blood trailing down my thumb. I examined the edge of the leaf and saw it was rigid, its edge as sharp as a blade of grass. A sword tree indeed. I looked up at the spinning leaves. Anyone standing near the tree when the wind was high would be cut to ribbons. Shehin said,
If you were to attack this tree, what would you do? Would you strike the root? No, too strong. Would you strike the leaf? No, too fast. Where then?
The branch.
The branch.
Agreement. She turned to me.
That is what Tempe has not taught you. It would have been wrong for him to teach you that. Nevertheless, you have suffered for it.
I don't understand. She gestured for me to begin the Ketan. Automatically, I fell into catch sparrows.
Stop!
I froze in position.
If I am to attack you, where should it be? Here at the root?
She pushed my leg and found it unyielding.
Here at the leaf?
She pushed at my upheld hand, moving it easily, but accomplishing little else.
Here, the branch.
She pushed gently against one of my shoulders, moving me easily.
And here,
She added pressure to my hip, spinning me around.
do you see? You find the place to spend your strength, or it is wasted. Wasting strength is not of the Lethani.
Yes, Shehin. She raised her hands, falling into the position where I had caught her before, midway through Heron falling.
Make thunder upward. Where is my root?
I pointed to her solidly planted feet.
Where is the leaf?
I pointed to her hands.
No. From here to here is the leaf.
She indicated her whole arm and demonstrated how she could freely strike with her hands, elbows, or shoulders.
Where is the branch?
I thought for a long moment, then tapped her knee. Though she gave no sign of it, I sensed a surprise.
And?
I tapped her opposite side under her armpit, then her shoulder.
Show me.
I came in close to her, set one leg close against her knee, and made thunder upward, throwing her to the side. I was surprised at how little force was required. However, instead of being thrown into the air to tumble to the ground, Shehin gripped my forearm. I felt a jolt run up my arm and was pulled one staggering step to the side. Rather than being thrown, Shehin used her grip as leverage, so her feet came down beneath her. She took a single perfect step and had her balance again. Shehin looked me straight in the eye for a long, speculative moment, then turned to leave, gesturing for me to follow. Chapter 111. A Liar and a Thief. Shehin and I returned to the complex of stone buildings to find Tempe standing outside, shifting nervously from foot to foot. That confirmed my suspicion. He hadn't sent Shehin to test me. She had found me on her own. When we came close enough, Tempe held his sword out in his right hand, point down. His left hand gestured elaborate respect.
Shehin,
He said. Shehin motioned for him to follow as she entered the low stone building. She motioned to a young boy.
Fetch Kaseret.
The boy took off running. Curiosity. I gestured to Tempe. He didn't look at me. Profound seriousness. Attend. It didn't reassure me that these were the same gestures he had made on the road to Crossen when he thought we were walking into an ambush. His hands, I noticed, were shaking slightly. Shehin led us to an open doorway where a woman in mercenary reds joined us. I recognized the thin scars on her eyebrow and jaw. This was Kaseret, the mercenary we had met while heading to Severin, the one who had pushed me. Shehin motioned the two mercenaries inside, but held up a hand to me.
Wait here. What Tempe has done is not good. I will listen. Then I will decide what is to be done with you.
I nodded, and she closed the door behind her. I waited for an hour, then 2. I strained my ears, but I couldn't hear anything from the other side of the door. A few people walked past in the hallway, 2 in mercenary reds, and another in simple grey homespun. Each of them looked at my hair, though none of them stared. Instead of smiling and nodding as would have been sociable among barbarians, I kept my face blank, returned their small gestures of greeting, and avoided touching eyes. Somewhere past the 3rd hour, the door opened, and Shehin waved me inside. It was a well-lit room with walls of finished stone. It was the size of a large bedroom at an inn. It seemed even larger due to the lack of any significant furniture. There was a small iron stove radiating gentle heat near one wall, and 4 chairs facing each other in a rough circle. Tempe, Shehin, and Kaseret filled 3 of them. At a gesture from Shehin, I took the 4th.
How many have you killed?
Shehin asked. Her tone was different from before. Peremptory. It was the same tone Tempe used during our discussions at the Lethani. Many, I responded without any hesitation. I might be thick at times, but I know when I'm being tested.
How many is many?
Not a request for clarification, it was a new question. In killing men, one is many. She nodded slightly.
Have you killed men outside of the Lethani?
Perhaps.
Why do you not say yes or no?
Because the Lethani has not always been clear to me.
And why is that?
Because the Lethani is not always clear.
What makes the Lethani clear?
I hesitated, though I knew it wasn't the right thing to do. The words of a teacher.
Can one teach the Lethani?
I began to gesture uncertainty, then remembered hand talk wasn't appropriate. Perhaps, I said. I cannot. Tempe shifted slightly in his chair. This wasn't going well. For lack of any other ideas, I took a deep breath, relaxed, and tipped my mind gently into spinning leaf.
Who knows the Lethani?
Shehin asked. The wind-blown leaf, I responded, though I cannot honestly say what I meant by it.
Where does the Lethani come from?
The same place as laughing. Shehin hesitated slightly, then said,
How do you follow the Lethani?
How do you follow the moon? My time with Tempe had taught me to appreciate the different sorts of pauses that can punctuate a conversation. Ademic is a language that says as much with silence as with words. There is a pregnant pause, a polite pause, a confused pause. There is a pause that implies much, a pause that apologizes, a pause that adds emphasis. This pause was a sudden gape in the conversation. It was the empty space of an indrawn breath. I sensed I had said something very clever, or something very stupid. Shehin shifted in her seat, and the air of formality evaporated. Sensing we were moving on, I let my mind settle out of spinning leaf. Shehin turned to look at Carceret.
What do you say?
Carceret sat like a statue through all of this, expressionless and still.
I say as I have said before, Tempe has netted us all. He should be cut away. This is the reason we have laws. To ignore a law is to erase it.
To blindly follow law is to be a slave, Tempe said quickly. Shehin gestured sharp rebuke, and Tempe flushed with embarrassment.
As for this,
Carceret gestured at me. Dismissal.
He is not of Ademre. At best he is a fool. At worst a liar and a thief. And what he said today?
Shehin asked.
A dog can bark 3 times without counting.
Shehin turned to Tempe.
By speaking out of turn, you refuse your turn to speak.
Tempe flushed again, his lips growing pale as he struggled to maintain his composure. Shehin drew a deep breath and let it out slowly.
And the Lethani are what make us Ademre,
she said.
There is no way a barbarian can know of the Ketan.
Both Tempe and Carceret stirred, but she held up a hand.
At the same time, to destroy one who has understanding of the Lethani is not correct. The Lethani does not destroy itself.
She said destroy very casually. I hoped I might be mistaken as to the true meaning of the Ademic word. Shehin continued.
There are those who might say, this one has enough. Do not teach him the Lethani, because whoever has knowledge of the Lethani overcomes all things.
Shehin gave a severe look to Carceret.
But I am not one who would say that. I think the world would be better if more were of the Lethani. For while it brings power, the Lethani also brings wisdom in the use of power.
There was a long pause. My stomach knotted itself as I tried to maintain a calm appearance.
I think,
Shehin said at last,
it is possible Tempe did not make a mistake.
This seemed a long way from a ringing endorsement, but from the sudden stiffness in Carceret's back and Tempe's slow, relieved exhalation, I guessed it was the news we were hoping for.
I will give him to Vachette,
Shehin said. Tempe went motionless. Carceret made a gesture of approval as wide as a madman's smile. Tempe's voice was strained.
You will give him to the hammer?
His hand flickered. Respect. Negation. Respect. Shehin got to her feet, signaling an end to the discussion.
Who better? The hammer will show if he is iron worth striking.
With this, Shehin pulled Tempe aside and spoke to him for a brief moment. Her hands brushed his arms lightly. Her voice was too soft for even my finely tuned eavesdropper's ears. I stood politely near my chair. All the fight seemed to have left Tempe, and his gestures were a steady rhythm of agreement and respect. Carceret stood apart from them as well, staring at me. Her expression was composed, but her eyes were angry. At her side, out of sight of the other two, she made several small gestures. The only one I understood was disgust, but I could guess the general meaning of the others. In return, I made a gesture that was not Ademic. By the narrowing of her eyes, I suspected she managed to glean my meaning fairly well. There was the high sound of a bell ringing 3 times. A moment later, Tempe kissed Shehin's hands, the peak of her forehead and her mouth. Then he turned and motioned for me to follow. Together, we walked to a large, low-ceilinged room filled with people and the smell of food. It was a dining hall full of long tables and dark wooden benches worn smooth with time. I followed Tempe, gathering food onto a wide wooden plate. Only then did I realize how terribly hungry I was. Despite my expectations, this dining hall didn't resemble the mess of the university in the least. It was quieter for one thing, and the food was far better. There was fresh milk and green, tender meat that I suspected was goat. There was hard, sharp cheese, and soft, creamy cheese, and 2 kinds of bread still warm from the oven. There were apples and strawberries for the taking. Salt boxes sat open on all the tables, and everyone could take as much as they liked. It was strange, being in a room full of Ardem talking. They spoke so softly I couldn't make out any words, but I could see their hands flickering. I could only understand 1 gesture in 10, but it was odd being able to see all the flickering emotions around me: amusement, anger, embarrassment, negation, disgust. I wondered how much of it was about me, the barbarian among them. There were more women than I'd expected, and more young children. There were a handful of the familiar blood-red mercenaries, but more wore the simple grey I'd seen during my walk with Shehin. I saw a white shirt as well, and was surprised to see it was Shehin herself, eating elbow to elbow with the rest of us. None of them stared at me, but they were looking. A lot of attention was being paid to my hair, which was understandable. There were 50 sandy heads in the room, a few darker, a few lighter, or grey with age. I stood out like a single burning candle. I tried to draw Tempe into a conversation, but he would have none of it, and focused on his food instead. He hadn't loaded his plate nearly as full as mine, and ate only a fraction of what he took. With no conversation to slow things, I finished quickly. When my plate was empty, Tempe quit pretending to eat and led us away. I could feel dozens of eyes on my back as we left the room. He took me down a series of passages until we came to a door. Tempe opened it, revealing a small room with a window and a bed. My loot and travel sack were there. My sword was not.
You are to have another teacher.
Tempe spoke at last.
Do your best. Be civilized. Your teacher will decide much.
Regret.
You will not see me.
He was obviously troubled, but I couldn't think of anything to say that might reassure him. Instead, I gave him a comforting hug, which he seemed to appreciate. Then he turned and left out another room. Inside my room, I undressed and lay on the bed. It seems like I should say I tossed and turned, nervous about what was to come. The simple truth is that I was exhausted. Slept like a happy baby at his mother's breast. Chapter 112. The Hammer. I sat in a tiny park composed of nothing more than 2 smooth stone benches, a handful of trees, and a small path running through the long grass. You could walk from one edge to the other in a minute. There were cliffs close on 2 sides, sheltering it from the wind. Not out of the wind, mind you. There didn't seem to be anywhere in all of Hyatt entirely out of the wind. As Vashette approached, the first thing I noticed was that she didn't wear her sword on her hip. Instead, she slung it over her shoulder, just as I carried my loot. She walked with the most subtle, solid confidence I have ever seen, as if she knew she ought to swagger but couldn't quite be bothered. She had the same moderate build I'd come to expect from the Ardem, along with the pale, creamy complexion and grey eyes. Her hair was lighter than Tempe's by a fine shade, and she wore it pulled back into a horsetail. When she came closer, I could see her nose had been broken at some point, and while it wasn't crooked, the slight crimp looked strangely incongruous on her otherwise delicate face. Vashette smiled at me, a wide pink smile that showed her white teeth. "So," she said in flawless Aturan, "you are mine now." "You speak Aturan?" I said stupidly. "Most of us do," she said. There were a few lines around the mouth and the corners of her eyes, so I guess she was perhaps 10 years older than me. "It's hard to make your way in the world if you don't have a good grip on the language. Hard to do business." I remembered myself too late. Formal respect. "Am I correct in assuming you are Vashette?" The smile tugged back onto her mouth. Vashette returned my gesture broadly, exaggerating it so I couldn't help but feel I was being mocked. I am to be your teacher." "What of Shehin?" I understood she was the teacher here. Vashette arched an eyebrow at me, the extravagant expression startling on an Ardem face. "In a general sense, that is true. But in a more practical sense, Shehin is far too important to be spending her time with someone like you." I gestured, polite. "I was quite happy with Tempe," I said. "And if your happiness were our goal, that would matter," she said. "However, Tempe is closer to being a sailboat than a teacher." I bristled a little at that. "He is my friend, you realize." Her eyes narrowed. "Then as his friend, you may fail to realize his faults. He is a competent fighter, but no more than that. He barely speaks your language, has little experience with the real world, and to be completely frank, he is not terribly bright." "I'm sorry," I said. Regret. "I didn't mean to offend you." "Don't show me humility unless you mean it," she said, still looking me over with narrow eyes. "Even when you make your face a mask, your eyes are like glittering windows." "I am sorry," I said earnestly. Apology. I'd hoped to make a good first impression. "Why?" she asked. "I would rather you thought well of me." "I would rather have reason to think well of you." I decided to take another tack, hoping to steer the conversation into safer water. "Tempe called you the Hammer. Why is that?" "That is my name. Vashette. The hammer. The clay. The spinning wheel." She pronounced her name 3 separate ways, each with its own cadence. "I am that which shapes and sharpens or destroys." "Why the clay?" "That is also what I am," Vashette said. "Only that which bends can teach." I felt a growing excitement as she spoke. "I will admit," I said, "it will be pleasant to share a language with my teacher. There are 1,000 questions I have not asked because I knew Tempe could not understand, or even if he did, I wouldn't be able to make sense of his answers." Vashette nodded and sat down on one of the benches. "Knowing how to communicate is also the way of a teacher," she said. "Now, go find a long piece of wood and bring it back to me. Then we will begin the lesson. I headed off into the trees. Her request had a ritual air about it, so I didn't want to run back with any odd branch I found on the ground. Eventually, I found a willow tree and snapped off a supple branch longer than my arm and big around as my little finger. I returned to where Vashit sat on the bench. I handed her the willow branch and she pulled her sword over her shoulder and began to trim the smaller nubs of the remaining branches away. You said only that which bends can teach, I said, so I thought this would be appropriate.
It will serve for today's lesson,
she said as she stripped the last of the bark away, leaving nothing but a slender white rod. She wiped her sword on her shirt, sheathed it, and came to her feet. Holding the willow branch in one hand, Vashit swung it back and forth, making a low whop-whop noise as it skimmed through the air. Now that she was closer to me, I noticed that while Vashit wore the familiar mercenary Rezz, unlike Tempe and many of the others, her clothes weren't held tight with leather straps. Her shirt and pants were bound snugly to her arms and legs and chest by bands of blood-red silk instead. She met my eye.
I am going to hit you now,
she said seriously.
Stand still.
Vashit began to walk around me in a slow circle, still swinging the willow rod. Whoop, whoop. She moved behind me, and not being able to see her was worse. Whoop, whoop. She swung the rod faster and the noise changed. Fip, fip. I didn't flinch. She circled again, moved behind me, then hit me twice, one on each arm just below the shoulder. Fip, fip. At first it merely felt like she tapped me. Then pain blossomed across my arms, blazing like fire. Then, before I could react, she struck me across the back so hard I felt the impact in my teeth. The only reason the rod didn't break is because it was supple green willow. I didn't cry out, but only because she had caught me between breaths. I gasped, though, sucking in air so quickly I choked and coughed. My back screamed with pain as if it had been set afire. She came around to the front of me again, giving me the same serious look.
Here is your lesson,
she said matter-of-factly.
I do not think well of you. You are a barbarian. You are not clever. You are not welcome. You do not belong here. You are a thief of our secrets. Your presence is an embarrassment and a complication this school does not need.
Vashit contemplated the end of the willow rod, then turned her eyes back to me.
We will meet here again, an hour after lunch. You will pick another stick, and I will try to teach you this lesson again.
She gave me a pointed look.
If the stick you bring me does not please me, I will choose my own. We will do the same after dinner, then the same the next day. This is the only lesson I have to teach you. When you learn it, you will leave Hayat and never return.
She looked at me, her face cool.
Do you understand?
What will? Her hand flicked out and the tip of the rod caught me on the cheek. This time I had the breath for it and I gave a high, startled yelp. Vashit looked at me. I'd never thought anything so simple as eye contact could be so intimidating. But her pale grey eyes were as hard as ice.
Say to me, yes, Vashit, I understand.
I glared. Yes, Vashit, I understand. The right side of my upper lip felt huge and unwieldy as I spoke. She searched my face, as if trying to decide something, then shrugged and tossed the stick aside. Only then did I risk speaking again. What would happen to Tempe if I were to leave?
When you leave,
she said, stressing the first word,
the few that doubt it will know he was wrong to teach you, doubly wrong to bring you here.
And what will... I paused and backtracked. What would become of him in that case? She shrugged and turned away.
That is not for me to decide,
she said, and walked away. I touched my cheek and lip, then looked at my hand. No blood, but I could feel the red welt rising on my skin, plain as a brand for anyone to see. Not sure what else to do, I returned to the school for lunch. After making my way to the dining hall, I looked around and didn't see Tempe among the blood-red mercenaries there. I was glad for that. As much as I would have enjoyed some friendly company, I couldn't bear the thought of him knowing how badly things had gone. I wouldn't even need to tell him. The mark on my face said it plainly for everyone in the room to see. I kept my face impassive and my eyes low as I moved through the line and filled my plate. Then I chose an empty section of the table, not wanting to force my company on anyone. I have been alone for most of my life, but rarely have I felt it so much as at that moment. I knew one person within 400 miles, and he'd been ordered to keep away from me. I was unfamiliar with the culture, barely competent with the language, and the burning all across my back and face was a constant reminder of how much I was unwelcome. The food was good, though. Roasted chicken, crisp long beans, and a slice of sweet molasses pudding. Better fare than I could usually afford for myself at the university, and hotter than the food at the mayor's estate. I wasn't particularly hungry, but I've been hungry enough in my life that I've a hard time walking away from an easy meal. There was a shadow of movement on the edge of my vision as someone sat down across the table from me. I felt my mood lighten. At least one person was brave enough to visit the barbarian. Someone was kind enough to comfort me, or at least curious enough to come and talk. Lifting my head, I saw Carceret's lean, scarred face as she set her wide wooden plate down across from me.
How do you like our town?
She said quietly, her left hand resting on the surface of the table. Her gestures were different as we were sitting, but I could still recognize curious and polite. To anyone watching, it would seem like we were having a pleasant conversation.
How do you like your new teacher? She thinks as I think, that you do not know.
I chewed another mouthful of chicken and swallowed mechanically, not with concern.
I heard you cry out.
She continued softly. She spoke slower now, as if talking to a child. I wasn't sure if it was meant as an insult or to ensure I understood her.
It was like a tiny bird.
I took a drink of warm goat's milk and wiped my mouth. The motion of my arm pulled my shirt across the welt on my back, stinging like 100 wasps.
Was it a cry of love?
She asked, making a gesture I didn't recognize.
Did Rosette embrace you? Does your cheek bear the mark of her tongue?
I took a bit of pudding. It wasn't as sweet as I remembered. Carceret took a bite of her own pudding.
Everyone gambles on when you will leave,
she continued, still speaking slow and low for my ears only.
I have 2 talents wagered that you will not last a second day. If you leave in the night, as I hope, I win silver. If I am wrong, and you stay, I win in bruises and listening to your cries.
Entreaty.
Stay.
I looked up at her. You speak as a dog barks, I said, with no end, with no sense. I spoke quietly enough to be polite, but not so quietly that my voice didn't reach the ears of everyone sitting close to her. I know how to make a soft voice carry. We Rue invented the stage whisper. I saw her face flush, making the pale scars on her jaw and eyebrows stand out. I looked down and continued to eat, the very picture of calm unconcern. It's tricky insulting someone from a different culture, but I'd chosen my words carefully based on things I'd heard Tempe say. If she responded in any way, it would only seem to prove my point. I finished the rest of my meal slowly and methodically, imagining I could feel the rage rolling off her like waves of heat. This small battle, at least, I could win. It was a hollow victory, of course, but sometimes you have to take what you can get. When Vachette returned to the small park, I was already sitting on one of the stone benches waiting for her. She stood before me and sighed gustily.
Lovely. A slow learner,
she said in her perfect Turan.
Go fetch your stick then.
We'll see if I can make my point more clearly this time. I've already found my stick, I said. I reached behind the bench and brought out a wooden training sword I'd borrowed from the school. It was old, oiled wood, worn smooth by countless hands, hard and heavy as a bar of iron. If she used this to strike my shoulders, as she had with the willow rod, it would break bones. If she struck my face, it would shatter my jaw. I set it on the bench beside me. The wood didn't clatter against the stone. It was so hard it almost rang like a bell. After I set down the training sword, I began to pull my shirt up over my head, sucking a breath through my teeth when it dragged against the hot welt on my back.
Are you hoping to sway me with the offer of your tender young body?
Vachette asked.
You're pretty, but not so pretty as that.
I laid my shirt carefully on the bench. I just thought it would be best if I showed you something. I turned so she could see my back.
You've been whipped,
she said.
I cannot say I'm surprised. I already knew you to be a thief.
These are not from thieving, I said. These are from the university. I was brought up on charges and sentenced to be whipped. When this happens, many students simply leave and take their education elsewhere. I decided to stay. It was only 3 lashes after all. I waited, still facing away. After a moment, she took the bait.
There are more scars here than 3 lashes can account for.
Sometime after that, I said, I was brought up on charges again. 6 lashes this time. Still, I stayed. I turned back to face her. I stayed because there was no other place I could learn what I desired. Mere whipping could not keep me away from it. I picked up the heavy wooden sword from the bench. I thought it only fair that you should know this. I cannot be frightened away with the threat of pain. I will not abandon Tempe after the trust he has shown me. There are things I desire to learn, and I can only learn them here. I handed her the hard, dark piece of wood. If you want me to leave, you must do worse than welts. I stepped back and let my hands hang at my sides. I closed my eyes. Chapter 113. Barbarian Tongue. I'd like to say I kept my eyes closed, but that wouldn't be the truth. I heard the gritty sound of dirt beneath the soles of Vachette's shoes and couldn't help but open them. I didn't peek, that would only make me seem childish. I simply opened my eyes and looked at her. She stared back, making more eye contact than I would get from Tempe in a span of days. Her pale grey eyes were hard in her delicate face. Her broken nose no longer looked out of place. It was a grim warning to the world. The wind swirled between us, raising goose flesh on my naked arms. Vachette drew a resigned breath and shrugged, then flipped the wooden rod to grip the handle end. She hefted it thoughtfully with both hands, getting a feel for its weight. Then she brought it up to her shoulder and swung. Except she didn't.
Fine,
she said, exasperated, throwing up her hands.
you twiggy little skis. Fine. Shit and onions, put your shirt back on, you're making me cold.
I sank down until I was sitting on the bench. Thank God, I said. I started to put my shirt back on, but it was difficult as my hands were shaking. It wasn't from the cold. Vachette saw.
I knew it,
she said triumphantly, pointing a finger at me.
You standing there like you're ready to be hanged. I knew you were ready to run like a rabbit.
She stamped her foot in frustration.
I knew I should have taken a swing at you.
I'm glad you didn't, I said. I managed to get my shirt on, then realized it was inside out. I decided to leave it rather than drag it across my stinging back again.
What gave me away?
She demanded. Nothing, I said. It was a masterful performance.
Then how'd you know I wasn't going to crack your skull open?
I thought it through, I said. If Shehin had really wanted me driven off, she could have just sent me packing. If she wanted me dead, she could have done that too. I rubbed my sweaty hands on my pants. That meant you were really meant to be my teacher, so there were only 3 sensible options. I held up a finger. This was a ritual initiation, a second finger. It was a test of my resolve.
Or I was really trying to run you off.
Vachette finished as she sat on the bench opposite me.
What if I'd been telling the truth and thumped you bloody?
I shrugged. At least I would know. But it seemed like long odds that Shahin would choose someone like that. If she wanted me beaten, she could have let Tarsaret do it. I cocked my head. Out of curiosity, which was it? Initiation or test of resolve? Does everyone go through it? She shook her head.
Resolve. I needed to make sure of you. I wasn't going to waste my time teaching a coward or someone afraid of a little smack or two. I also needed to know you were dedicated.
I nodded. That seemed the most likely. I thought I'd save myself several days of welts and force the issue. Vachette gave me a long look, curiosity playing on her face.
I will admit, I've never had a student offer himself up for a vicious beating in order to prove he's worth my time.
This was nothing, I said nonchalantly. Once I jumped off a roof. We spent an hour talking about small things, letting the tension between us slowly bleed away. She asked how exactly I'd come to be whipped, and I gave her the bones of the story, glad to have the chance to explain myself. I didn't want her thinking of me as a criminal. Vachette examined my scars more closely afterward.
Whoever attended to you certainly knew their physics, she said admiringly. This is very clean work, as good as any I've ever seen.
I'll pass along your compliments, I said. Her hand brushed gently along the edge of the hot welt that ran across the whole length of my back.
I'm sorry for this, by the way.
It hurts worse than the whipping ever did, I'll tell you that for free.
It will be gone in a day or two, she said, which isn't to say you won't be sleeping on your stomach tonight.
She helped me settle my shirt, then moved back to the other bench facing me. I hesitated before saying, "No offense, Vachette, but you seem different from the other Ardem I've met. Not that I've met many, mind you."
You're just hungry for familiar body language,
she said. "There is that," I said, "but you seem more expressive than the other Ardem I've seen." I pointed at her face. Vachette shrugged.
Where I'm from, we grow up speaking your language. And I spent 4 years as bodyguard and captain for a poet in the small kingdoms who also happened to be a king. I probably speak Aturan better than anyone in Hayat, including you.
I ignored the laugh. "You didn't grow up here?" She shook her head.
I'm from Faire, a town further north. We're more cosmopolitan. Hayat only has the one school and everyone is tied very tightly to it. The sword tree is one of the old paths too, rather formal. I grew up following the path of joy.
There are other schools? Vachette nodded.
This is one of the many schools that follow the Latanta, the path of the sword tree. It's one of the oldest, behind the Aethe and the Aratan. There are other paths, maybe 3 dozen, but some of those are very small, with only 1 or 2 schools teaching their Ketan.
Is that why your sword is different? I asked. Did you bring it from your other school? Vachette gave me a narrow look.
What do you know of my sword?
You brought it out to trim the willow switch, I said. Tenby's sword was well made, but yours is different. The handle is worn, but the blade looks new. She gave me a curious look.
Well, you certainly have your eyes open, don't you?
I shrugged.
Strictly speaking, it's not my sword,
Vachette said.
It's merely in my keeping. It is an old sword, and the blade is the oldest part of it. It was given to me by Shahin herself.
Is that why you came to this school? Vachette shook her head.
No, Shahin gave me the sword much later.
She reached back and touched the hilt fondly.
No, I came here because while the Latantha might be rather formal, they excel in the use of the sword. I had learned as much as I could from the Path of Joy. 3 other schools refused me before Shahin brought me in. She is a clever woman and realized there was something to be gained in teaching me.
I guess we're both lucky she has an open mind, I said.
You more than me,
Vachette said.
There's a certain amount of one-upmanship among the different parts. When I joined the Latanfa, it was a bit of a feather in Shahin's cap.
It must have been hard, coming here and being the stranger to everyone. Vashit shrugged, making her sword rise and fall on her shoulder.
At first, she admitted. But they recognized talent, and I have that to spare. Among those who studied the path of joy, I was viewed as rather stiff and stodgy. But here I'm seen as somewhat wild.
She grinned.
It's pleasant, like having a new set of clothes to wear.
Does the path of joy also teach the Lethani? I asked.
Vashit laughed. That is a matter of some considerable debate. The simple answer is yes. All Ardem study the Lethani to some degree. Those in the schools especially. That said, the Lethani is open to a broad interpretation. What some schools cling to, others spurn.
She gave me a thoughtful look.
Is it true you said the Lethani comes from the same place as laughing?
I nodded.
That is a good answer, she said. My teacher in the Path of Joy once said that very thing to me.
Vashit frowned.
You look pensive when I say that. Why?
I'd tell you, I said, but I don't want you to think less of me.
I think less of you for keeping something from your teacher, she said seriously. There must be trust between us.
I sighed. I'm glad you like my answer, but honestly, I don't know what it means.
I didn't ask you what it means, she said easily.
It's just a nonsense answer, I said. I know you all place great stock in the Lethani, but I don't really understand it. I've just found a way to fake it.
Vashit smiled indulgently. There is no pretending to understand the Lethani, she said confidently. It is like swimming. It is obvious to anyone watching if you really know the way of it.
A person can pretend to swim too, I pointed out. I've simply been moving my arms and walking on the bottom of the river. She gave me a curious look.
Very well then. How have you managed to fool us?
I explained spinningly to her how I had learned to tip my thoughts into a light, empty, floating place where the answers to their questions came easily.
So you have stolen the answers from yourself,
she said with mock seriousness.
You have cleverly fooled us by pulling the answers from your own mind.
You don't understand, I said, growing irritated. I don't have the slightest idea what the Lethani really is. It's not a path, but it helps choose a path. It's the simplest way, but it is not easy to see. Honestly, you people sound like drunk cartographers. I regretted saying it as soon as it was out of my mouth, but Vashit made me laugh.
There are many drunks who are quite conversant with the Lethani, she said. Several legendarily so.
Seeing I was still agitated, she made a motion to calm me.
I don't understand the Lethani either. Not in a way that can be explained to another. The teaching of the Lethani is an art I do not possess. If Tempi has managed to instill the Lethani in you, it is a great mark in his favor.
Vashit leaned forward seriously.
Part of the problem is with your language, she said. Aturan is very explicit. It is very precise and direct. Our language is rich with implication, so it is easier for us to accept the existence of things that cannot be explained. The Lethani is the greatest of these.
Can you give me an example of one other than the Lethani? I asked. And please don't say blue, or I might go absolutely mad right here on this bench. She thought for a moment.
Love is such a thing. You have knowledge of what it is, but it defies careful explication.
Love is a subtle concept, I admitted. It's elusive like justice, but it can be defined. Her eyes sparkled.
So then, my clever student, tell me of love.
I thought for a quick moment. Then for a long moment. Vashit grinned.
You see how easy it would be for me to pick holes in any definition you give?
Love is the willingness to do anything for someone, I said, even at detriment to yourself.
In that case, she said, how is love different from duty or loyalty?
It is also combined with a physical attraction, I said. Even a mother's love? Vashette asked. Combined with an extreme fondness, then, I amended. And what exactly do you mean by fondness? She asked with a maddening calm. It is... I trailed off, racking my brain to think how I could describe love without resorting to other equally abstract terms.
This is the nature of love,
Vashette said.
To attempt to describe it will drive a woman mad. That is what keeps poets scribbling endlessly away. If one could pin it to the paper, all complete, the others would lay down their pens. But it cannot be done.
She held up a finger.
But only a fool claims there is no such thing as love. When you see two young ones staring at each other with dewy eyes, there it is. So thick, you can spread it on your bread and eat it. When you see a mother with her child, you see love. When you feel it roil in your belly, you know what it is, even if you cannot give voice to it in words.
Vashette made a triumphant gesture.
Thus, also is the Lethani. But as it is greater, it is more difficult to point toward. That is the purpose of the questions. Asking them is like asking a young girl about the boy she fancies. Her answers may not use the word, but they reveal love, or the lack of it, within her heart.
How can my answers reveal a knowledge of the Lethani when I don't truly know what it is? I asked.
You obviously understand the Lethani, she said. It is rooted deep inside you, too deep for you to see. Sometimes it is the same with love.
Vashette reached out and tapped me on the forehead.
As for this spinning leaf, I have heard of similar things practiced by other parts. There is no Aturan word for it that I know. It is like a keitan for your mind, a motion you make with your thoughts to train them.
She made a dismissive gesture.
Either way, it is not cheating. It is a way of revealing that which is hidden in the deep waters of your mind. The fact that you found it on your own is quite remarkable.
I nodded to her. I bow to your wisdom, Vashette.
You bow to the fact that I am unarguably correct.
She clapped her hands together.
Now, I have much to teach you. However, as you are still welted and flinching, let us forbear the keitan. Show me your Adamic instead. I want to hear you wound my lovely language with your rough barbarian tongue.
I learned a great deal about Adamic over the next several hours. It was refreshing to be able to ask detailed questions and receive clear, specific answers in return. After a month of dancing about and drawing in the dirt, learning from Vashette was so easy it felt dishonest. On the other hand, Vashette made it clear that my hand language was embarrassingly crude. I could get my point across, but what I was doing was at best baby talk. At worst, it resembled the rantings of a deranged maniac.
Right now you speak like this.
She got to her feet, waved both hands over her head, and pointed to herself with both thumbs.
I want to make good fight.
She gave a wide, insipid grin.
With sword.
She thumped her chest with both fists, then jumped into the air like an excited child.
Come now, I said, embarrassed. I'm not that bad. You are close,
Vashette said seriously as she sat back down on the bench.
If you were my son, I would not let you leave the house. As my student, it is only tolerable because you are a barbarian. It's as if Tempe brought home a dog that can whistle. The fact that you are out of tune stands quite beside the point.
Vashette made as if she would get to her feet.
That said, if you are happy speaking like a simpleton, just say the word and we can move to other things.
I reassured her I wanted to learn.
First, you say too much, and you speak too loudly, she said. The heart of Arden is stillness and silence. Our language reflects this. Second, you must be much more careful with your gestures, she said, with their placement and timing. They modify specific words and thoughts. They do not always reinforce what you say. Sometimes they run purposely counter to your surface meaning.
She made 7 or 8 different gestures in quick succession. All of them said amusement, but each of them was slightly different.
You must also come to understand the fine shades of meaning. The difference between slim and slender, as my poet king used to say. Right now, you only have one smile, and that cannot help but make a person look a fool.
We worked for several hours, and Vachette made clear something Tempe could only hint at. A Turan was like a wide, shallow pool. It had many words, all very specific and precise. Ardemic was like a deep well. There were fewer words, but they each had many meanings. A well-spoken sentence in a Turan is a straight line pointing. A well-spoken sentence in Ardem is like a spider web, each strand with a meaning of its own, a piece of something greater, more complex. I arrived in the dining hall for supper in a considerably better mood than before. My welts still stung, but my fingers told me the swelling on my cheek was much reduced. I still sat alone, but I didn't keep my head down as I had before. Instead, I watched the hands of everyone around me, trying to note the subtle shades of difference between excitement and interest, between denial and refusal. After supper, Vachette brought a small pot of salve, which she smeared liberally across my back and upper arms, then more sparingly on my face. It tingled at first, then burned, and settled down to a dull, numb heat. Only after the pain along my back faded did I realize how tense my entire body was.
There,
Vachette said, twisting the stopper back in the bottle.
How is that?
I could kiss you, I said gratefully.
You could, she said, but your lip is swollen and you would doubtless make a mess of it. Instead, show me your ketan.
I hadn't stretched, but not wanting to make excuses, I fell into open hands and began to move slowly through the rest. As I've already mentioned, Tempe usually stopped me when I made the slightest mistake in the ketan, so when I reached the 12th position without interruption, I felt rather smug. Then I misplaced my foot badly in Grandmother Gathers. When Vachette said nothing, I realized she was merely watching and withholding judgment until the end. I began to sweat and didn't stop until I reached the end of the ketan 10 minutes later. After I'd finished, Vachette stood, stroking her chin.
Well,
she said slowly,
he certainly could be worse.
I felt a flicker of pride until she continued.
You could, for instance, be missing a leg.
Then she walked in a circle around me, looking me up and down. She reached out to prod at my chest and stomach. She gripped at my upper arm and the thick muscle above my leg. I felt like a suckling pig brought to market. Lastly, she took hold of my hands, turning them over to examine them. She looked pleasantly surprised.
You never fought before Tempe taught you?
She asked. I shook my head.
You have good hands,
she said, her fingers running up my forearms, feeling at the muscles there.
Half of you barbarians have soft, weak hands from doing nothing. The other half have strong, stiff hands from cutting wood or working behind a plow.
She turned my hands over in her own.
But you have strong, clever hands with good motion in your wrists.
She looked up at me questioningly.
What do you do for a living?
I am a student at the university, where I work with fine tools shaping metal and stone, I explained. But I'm also a musician. I play the lute. Vachette looked startled, then burst into laughter. She let my hands fall and shook her head in dismay.
A musician on top of everything else, she said. Perfect. Does anyone else know?
What does it matter? I said. I'm not ashamed of who I am.
No,
she said.
Of course you're not. That's part of the problem.
She drew in a deep breath and let it out again.
Okay. You should know about this as soon as possible. It will save us both trouble in the long run.
She looked me in the eye.
You're a whore.
I blinked. I beg your pardon?
Pay attention for a moment. You're not sick. You must have realized there are huge cultural differences between here and where you grew up in
the Commonwealth, I said. And you're right, the cultural divide between Tempe and myself was huge compared to other mercenaries from Winters. She nodded.
Part of that is because Tempe has fewer wits than tits, she said. And he is as fresh as a baby chick when it comes to making his way in the world.
She waved a hand.
All that aside, you're right. There are huge differences.
I noticed, I said. You don't seem to have a nudity taboo, for one thing. Either that or Tempe is a bit of an exhibitionist.
I'd be curious how you found that out, she chuckled. But you're right. Strange as it may seem to you, we have no particular fear of a naked body.
Vachette looked thoughtful for a moment, then seemed to reach some kind of decision.
Here, it would be simpler to show you. Watch.
I watched the familiar Ardem impassivity slide over her face, leaving her face as blank as new paper. Her voice lost most of its inflection at the same time, shedding its emotional content.
Tell me what I mean when I do this,
she said. Vachette stepped close, making no eye contact. Her hand said respect.
You fight like a tiger.
Her face was expressionless, her voice flat and calm. She grabbed hold of the top of my shoulder with one hand and gripped my arm with the other, giving it a squeeze. It's a compliment, I said. Vachette nodded and stepped back. Then she changed. Her face grew animated. She smiled and met my eyes. She stepped close to me.
You fight like a tiger,
she said, her voice glowing with admiration. One of her hands rested on the top of my shoulder, while the other slipped around my biceps. She squeezed. I was suddenly embarrassed at how close we were standing. It's a sexual advance, I said. Vachette stepped away and nodded.
Your folk view certain things as intimate. Naked skin, physical contact, the nearness of a body, love play. To the Ardem, these are nothing remarkable.
She looked me in the eye.
Can you think of a single time you have heard one of us shout, raise our voice, or even speak loudly enough we can be overheard?
I thought for a moment, then shook my head.
That is because for us, speaking is private, intimate, facial expression too. And this, she pressed her fingers to her throat, the warmth a voice can make, the emotion it reveals, that is a very private thing.
And nothing carries more emotion than music, I said, understanding. It was a thought too strange for me to cope with all at once. Vachette nodded gravely.
A family might sing together if they are close. A mother might sing to her child. A woman might sing to her man.
A slight blush rose on Vachette's cheeks as she said this.
But only if they are very much in love and very much alone. But you,
she gestured to me.
A musician. You do this to a whole room full of people, all at once. For what? A few pennies? Price of a meal?
She gave me a grave look.
And you do it again and again, night after night, with anyone.
Vachette shook her head in dismay and shuddered a bit, while her left hand unconsciously clenched in rough gestures, horror, disgust, rebuke. It was rather intimidating getting both sets of emotional signals from her at the same time. I fought off the mental image of standing naked on the stage of the Aeolian, then moving through the crowd, pressing my body to everyone there, young and old, fat and thin, rich, noble, and penniless commoner. It was a sobering thought.
But play lute is the 38th position in the Ketan,
I protested. I was grasping at straws and I knew it.
And sleeping bear is 12th,
she shrugged.
But you will find no bears here, or lions, or lutes. Some names reveal. The names in the Ketan are meant to hide the truth, that we may speak of it without spilling its secrets to the open air.
I understand, I said at last. But many of you have been out in the world. You yourself speak Aturan beautifully and with much warmth in your voice. Surely you know there is nothing inherently wrong with a person singing.
You have been out in the world as well,
she said calmly.
And surely you know, there is nothing inherently wrong with having sex with 3 people in a row on the broad hearth of a busy inn.
She looked me in the eye pointedly. I imagine the stone would be rather rough, I said. She chuckled.
Very well. Assume they had use of a blanket too. What would you call that person?
If she'd asked me 2 span ago when I'd been fresh out of the Fae, I might not have understood her. If I'd stayed with Felurian any longer, it's entirely possible that having sex on the hearth wouldn't have seemed odd to me, but I'd been back in the mortal world for a while now. A whore, I thought silently to myself, and a cheap and shameless whore to boot. I was glad I hadn't mentioned Tempe's desire to learn the lute to anyone. How ashamed he must have felt for such an innocent impulse. I thought of a young Tempe wanting to make music but never telling anyone because he knew it was dirty. It broke my heart. My face must have given away quite a bit because Vachette reached out to grip my hand gently.
I know this is hard for you folk to understand. So much harder because you have never even entertained the possibility of thinking otherwise.
Caution. I struggled with everything this implied. How do you get your news? I asked. With no troopers wandering from town to town, how do you keep in touch with the outside world? Vachette smirked a bit at this, and made a gesture to the windswept landscape.
Does this seem to be a place that concerns itself overmuch with the turning of the world?
She dropped her arm.
But it is not so bad as you think. Traveling peddlers are more welcome here than in most places. Tinkers doubly so. And we ourselves travel quite a bit. Those who take the red come and go, bringing news with them.
She laid a reassuring hand on my shoulder.
And occasionally, a rare singer or musician will travel through. But they do not play for a whole town at once. They will visit a single family. Even then, they perform while sitting behind a screen so they cannot be seen. You can tell an Ardem musician because when they travel, they carry their tall screens on their backs.
Her mouth pursed a bit.
But even these are not viewed in an entirely favorable light. It is a valuable occupation, but not a respectable one.
I relaxed a bit. The thought of a place where no performer was welcome struck me as profoundly wrong, sick even. But a place with strange customs I could understand. Adapting to fit your audience is as common as changing costumes to the Ademaru. Vachette continued.
This is the way of things, and you would do well to accept it sooner, rather than later. I say this as a well-traveled woman. I have spent 8 years among the barbarians. I have even listened to music in a group of people.
She said this proudly, with a defiant tilt to her head.
I have done it more than once.
Have you ever sung in public? I asked. Vachette's face went stony.
That is not a polite question to ask, she said stiffly, and you will make no friends with it here.
All I mean, I said quickly, is that if you tried it, you might find it is nothing shameful. It is a great joy to everyone. Vachette gave me a severe look and made a hard gesture of refusal and finality.
Quoth, I have traveled much and seen much. Many of the Ardem here are worldly. We know of musicians, and to be completely forthright, many of us have a secret, guilty fascination with them. Much the same way your folk are enamored with the skill of the Madigan courtesans.
She gave me a hard look.
But for all that, I would not want my daughter to bring one home, if you catch my meaning. Neither would it improve anyone's opinion of Tempe if others knew you had shared the Ketan with such as you. Keep it to yourself. You have enough to overcome without all Ademre knowing you are a musician, on top of everything.
Chapter 114. His sharp and single arrow. Reluctantly, I took Vachette's advice. And though my fingers itched for it, I did not bring out my lute that night and fill my small corner of the school with music. I even went so far as to slide my lute case underneath my bed, lest the mere sight of it fill the school with rumor. For several days, I did little but study under Vachette. I ate alone and made no attempt to speak with anyone, as I was suddenly self-conscious of my language. Carceret kept her distance, but she was always there, watching me, her eyes flat and angry as a snake's. I took advantage of Vachette's excellent Turin and asked 1,000 questions that would have been too subtle for Tempe to understand. I waited 3 entire days until I asked her the question that had been slowly smoldering inside me since I'd climbed the foothill of the storm wall. Personally, I thought this showed exceptional restraint. Vachette, I asked, do your people have stories of the Chandrian? She looked at me, her normally expressive face gone suddenly impassive.
And what does this have to do with your hand talk?
Her hand flickered through several different variations of the gesture that indicated disapproval and reproach. Nothing, I said.
Does it have something to do with your fighting then?
She asked.
No,
I admitted.
But sorry, it relates to the Ketan,
Vachette said.
or to the Letani, or perhaps it touches on some subtle shade of meaning you have difficulty grasping in Adamic.
I am merely curious. Vachette sighed.
Can I persuade you to focus your curiosity on more pressing matters?
She asked, gesturing exasperated, firm rebuke. I quickly let the matter drop. Not only was Vachette my teacher, she was my only companion. The last thing I wanted to do was irritate her, or give the impression that I was less than attentive to her lessons. With that one disappointing exception, Vachette was a sparkling font of information. She answered my endless questions quickly and clearly. As a result, I couldn't help but feel that my skill in speaking and fighting was progressing in great leaps and bounds. Vachette did not share my enthusiasm, and was not bashful about saying so, eloquently, in 2 languages. Vachette and I were down in the hidden valley that contained the sword tree. We had been practicing our hand fighting for about an hour, and were now sitting in the long grass catching our breath. Rather, I was catching my breath. Vachette was not winded at all. Fighting me was nothing to her, and there was no time when she couldn't chide me for sloppiness by reaching lazily past my defenses to cuff me on the side of the head. Vachette, I said, mustering the courage to ask a question that had been bothering me for some time, may I ask a question that is perhaps presumptuous?
I prefer a presumptuous student, she said. I had hoped we were beyond the point of worrying about such things.
What is the purpose of all of this? I gestured between the 2 of us.
The purpose of this,
she mimicked my gesture,
is to teach you enough so that you no longer fight like a little boy drunk on his mother's wine.
Today, her sandy hair was tied in 2 short braids that hung down her back on either side of her neck. This made her look oddly girlish, and had not done wonders for my self-esteem over the last hour, as she had repeatedly thrown me to the ground, forced me into submission, and struck me with countless solid but generously pulled punches and hits. And once, laughing, she had stepped easily behind me and slapped me firmly on the arse as if she were a lecherous taproom drunk and I some low-bodiced serving girl. But why? I asked. To what purpose are you teaching me? If Tempe was wrong to teach me, why continue to teach me more? Vachette nodded approvingly.
I've been wondering how long it would take you to ask that, she said. It should have been one of your first questions.
I've been told I ask too many questions, I said. I've been trying to step a little more carefully here. Vachette sat forward, suddenly businesslike.
You know things you should not. Shehin does not mind that you know of the Lethani, though others feel differently. But there is agreement on the subject of our Ketan. It is not for barbarians. It is only for the Ardem, and only for those who follow the path of the sword tree.
Vachette continued.
Shehin's thought is thus. If you were part of the school, you would be part of Ademre. If you are part of Ademre, you are no longer a barbarian. And if you are no longer a barbarian, it would not be wrong for you to know these things.
It had a certain convoluted logic to it. That also means Tempe would not be wrong for teaching me. She nodded.
Exactly. Instead of bringing home an unwanted puppy, it would be as if he had returned a lost lamb to the fold.
Must I be a lamb or a puppy? I sighed. It's undignified.
You fight as a puppy fights,
She said.
eager and clumsy.
But aren't I already part of the school? I asked. You are teaching me after all. Vashit shook her head.
You sleep in the school and eat our food, but that does not make you a student. Many children study the Ketan in hopes of entering the school and someday wearing the red. They live and study with us. They are in the school, but not of the school, if you follow me.
It seemed odd to me that so many want to become mercenaries, I said as gently as possible.
You seem eager enough.
She said with an edge to her voice. I am eager to learn, I said, not take the life of a mercenary. I mean no offense. Vashit stretched her neck, working out some stiffness.
It is your language getting in the way. In the barbarian lands, mercenaries are the lowest rung of society. No matter how thick or useless a man might be, he can carry a cudgel and earn a halfpenny a day guarding a caravan. Am I right?
The lifestyle does tend to attract a rough sort of person, I said.
We are not mercenaries of that kind. We are paid, but we choose which jobs we take.
She paused.
If you fight for your purse, you are a mercenary. What are you called if you fight out of duty for your country?
A soldier.
If you fight for the law?
A constable or a bailiff.
If you fight for your reputation?
I had to think a bit on that one. A duelist, perhaps?
If you fight for the good of others?
An Amir, I said without thinking. She cocked her head at me.
That is an interesting choice,
she said. Vashit held up her arm, displaying the red sleeve proudly.
We Adem are paid to guard, to hunt, to protect. We fight for our land and our school and our reputation. And we fight for the Lethani, with the Lethani, in the Lethani. All of these things together. The Adem word for one who takes the red is Ketan.
She looked up at me.
And it is a very proud thing.
So becoming a mercenary is quite high on the Ardem social ladder, I said. She nodded.
But barbarians do not know this word and wouldn't understand even if they did. So, mercenary must suffice.
Vashit pulled 2 long strands of grass from the ground and began to twist them together into a cord.
This is why Shehin's decision is not an easy one to make. She must balance what is right against what is best for her school, all the while taking into consideration the good of the entire path of the sword tree. Rather than make a rash decision, she is playing a more patient game. Personally, I think she's hoping the problem will take care of itself.
How would this take care of itself? I asked.
You could have run off,
she said simply.
Many assumed you would. If I decided you were not worth teaching, that would have taken it out of her hands as well. Or you could die during your training, or become crippled.
I stared at her. She shrugged.
Accidents happen? Not often, but sometimes. If Kasseret had been your teacher...
I grimaced. So how does one officially become a member of the school? Is there some sort of test? She shook her head.
First, someone must stand on your behalf, saying you are worthy of joining the school.
Tempe? I asked.
Someone of consequence,
she clarified. So that would be you, I said slowly. Vashit grinned, tapping the side of her crimped nose, then pointing at me.
Only took you 2 guesses. If you ever progress to the point I feel you won't embarrass me, I'll stand on your behalf, and you can take the test.
She continued to twist the blades of grass together, her hands moving in a steady, complicated pattern. I'd never seen another Ardem idly toy with something like this while talking. They couldn't, of course. They needed one hand free to talk.
If you pass this test, you are no longer a barbarian. Tempe is vindicated, and everyone goes home happy. Except for those who aren't, of course.
And if I don't pass this test? I asked. Or what if you decide I'm not good enough to take it?
Then things grow complicated.
She came to her feet.
Come, Shehin has asked to speak with you today. It would not be polite for us to be late.
Vashet led the way back to the small cluster of low stone buildings. When I'd first seen them, I'd assumed they were the town itself. Now I knew they composed the school. The group of buildings was like a tiny university, except there was none of the scheduled regimen I was used to. There was no formal ranking system either. Those with their Rezz were treated with deference, and Shehin was obviously in charge. Other than that, all I had was a vague impression of a social pecking order. Tempe was obviously rather low and not well thought of. Vashet was rather high and respected. When we arrived for our meeting, Shehin was midway through performing the Ketan. I watched silently as she moved at the speed of honey spreading on the tabletop. The Ketan grows more difficult the slower it is done, but she performed it flawlessly. It took her half an hour to finish, after which she opened a window. A curl of wind brought in the sweet smell of summer grass and the sound of leaves. Shehin sat. She wasn't breathing hard, though a sheen of sweat covered her skin.
Did Tempe tell you of the 9 and 90 tales?
She asked without preamble.
Of Ayete and the beginning of the Aten?
I shook my head.
Good.
Shehin said.
It is not his place to do such a thing, and he could not do it properly.
She looked at Vashet.
How is Rangraj coming? Quickly, as these things go, she said. Very well,
Shehin said, switching to precise, slightly accented Ituran.
I will tell it like this, so there will be less interruption and less room for misunderstanding.
I did my best to gesture respectful gratitude.
This is a story of years ago,
Shehin said formally.
Before this school, before the path of the sword tree, before any Adam knew of the Rasani, this is a story of the beginning of such things. The first Adam school was not a school that taught sword work. Surprisingly, it was founded by a man named Aethe, who sought mastery over the arrow and the bow.
Shehin paused in her tale and gave a word of explanation.
You should know that in those days, use of the bow was very common. The skill of it was much prized. We were shepherds, and much set on by our enemies, and the bow was the best tool we had to defend ourselves.
Shehin leaned back in her chair and continued.
Aethe did not set out to found a school. There were no schools in those days. He merely sought to improve his skill. All his will he bent upon this, until he could shoot an apple from a tree 100 feet away. Then he strove, until he could shoot the wick of a burning candle. Soon the only target that challenged him was a piece of hanging silk blowing in the wind. Aethe strove, until he could anticipate the turning of the wind, and once he had mastered this thing, he could not miss. Stories of his talent spread, and others came to him. Among them was a young woman called Rezz. At first, Aethe doubted she possessed the strength to draw the bow, but she was soon regarded as his finest student. As I have said, this was long years and distant miles from where we sit. In those days, the Adam did not have the Lethani to guide us, and so it was a rough and bloody time. In those days, it was not uncommon for one Adam to kill another out of pride, or from an argument, or as a proof of skill. Since Aethe was the greatest of archers, many challenged him, but a body is nothing of a target when one can strike silk blowing in the wind. Aethe slew them easily as cutting wheat. He took only a single arrow with him to a duel, and claimed if that single arrow was not enough, he deserved to be struck down. Aethe grew older, and his fame spread. He put down roots and began the first of the Adam schools. Years passed, and he trained many Adam to be deadly as knives. it became well known that if you gave Ayete students 3 arrows and 3 coins, your 3 worst enemies would never bother you again. So, the school grew rich and famous and proud, and so did Ayete. It was then that Rezz came to him. Rezz, his best student. Rezz, who stood nearest his ear and closest to his heart. Rezz spoke to Ayete, and they disagreed. Then they argued. Then they shouted loud enough that all the school could hear it through the thick stone walls. And at the end of it, Rezz challenged Ayete to a duel. Ayete accepted, and it was known that the winner would control the school from that day forth. As the challenged, Ayete chose his place first. He chose to stand among a grove of young and swaying trees that gave him shifting cover. Normally, he would not bother with precautions such as this, but Rezz was his finest student, and she could read the wind just as well as he. He took with him his bow of horn. He took with him his sharp and single arrow. Then Rezz chose her place to stand. She walked to the top of a high hill, her outline clear against the naked sky. She carried neither bow nor arrow, and when she reached the top of the hill, she sat calmly on the ground. This was perhaps the oddest thing of all, as Ayete was known to sometimes strike a foe through the leg rather than kill them. Ayete saw his student do this, and he was filled with anger. Ayete took his single arrow and fitted it to his bow. Ayete drew the string against his ear, the string Rezz had made for him, woven from the long, strong strands of her own hair.
Shehin met my eye.
Full of anger, Ayete shot his arrow. It struck Rezz like a thunderbolt. Here.
She pointed with 2 fingers at the inner curve of her left breast.
Still seated, arrow sprouting from her chest,
For the Alliance.
Rezz drew a long ribbon of white silk from beneath her shirt. She took a white feather from the arrow's fletching, dipped it in her blood, and wrote 4 lines of poetry. Then Rezz held the ribbon aloft for a long moment, waiting as the wind pulled first one way, then another. Then Rezz loosed it, the silk twisting through the air, rising and falling on the breeze. The ribbon twisted in the wind, wove its way through the trees, and pressed itself firmly against Ayete's chest. It read, Ayete, near my heart, without vanity, the ribbon, without duty, the wind, without blood, the victory.
I heard a low noise and looked over to see Vashet weeping quietly to herself. Her head was lowered and tears ran down her face to drip deeper spots of red onto the front of her shirt. Shehin continued.
Only after Ayete read these lines did he recognize the deep wisdom his student possessed. He hurried to tend Rezz's wounds, but the head of the arrow was lodged too close to her heart to be removed. Rezz lived only 3 days after that, with the grief-stricken Ayete tending her. He gave her control of the school and listened to her words, all the while the head of the arrow riding close to her heart. During those days, Rezz dictated 99 stories, and Ayete wrote them down. These tales were the beginning of our understanding of the Letani. They are the root of all Ademre. Late in the 3rd day, Rezz finished telling the 99th story to Ayete, who now held himself to be his student. After Ayete finished writing, Rezz said to him, There is one final story, more important than all the rest, and that one shall be known when I awake. Then Rezz closed her eyes and slept. And sleeping, she died. Aether lived 40 years after that, and it is said he never killed again. In the years that followed, he was often heard to say, I won the only duel I ever lost. He continued to run the school and train his students to be masters of the bow. But now, he also trained them to be wise.
What can I
He
do for
told
you?
them the 99 tales, and thus it was the Lethani first came to be known by all Ademre. And that is how we came to be that which we are.
There was a long pause. I thank you, Shehin, I said, doing my best to gesture respectful gratitude. I would very much like to hear these 99 stories.
They are not for barbarians,
she said, but she didn't seem offended at my request, gesturing a combination of reproach and regret. She changed the subject.
How is your Ketan coming?
I struggle to improve, Shehin. She turned to Vashet.
Does he? There is certainly a struggle,
Vashet said, her eyes still red with tears, wry amusement.
But there is improvement too.
Shehin nodded, reserved approval.
Several of us will be fighting tomorrow. Perhaps you could bring him to watch.
Vashet made an elegant motion that made me appreciate how little I knew of the subtleties of hand language. Gracious, thankful, slightly submissive acceptance.
You should be flattered,
Vashet said cheerfully.
A conversation with Shehin and an invitation to watch her fight.
We were making our way back to a sheltered box valley where we typically practiced the ketan and our hand fighting. However, my mind kept spinning back to several unavoidable and unpleasant thoughts. I was thinking about secrets and how people longed to keep them. I wondered what Kilvin would do if I brought someone into the fishery and showed them the sigildry for blood and bone and hair. The thought of the big artificer's anger was enough to make me shiver. I knew the sort of trouble I would face. That was clearly laid out in the university's laws. But what would he do to the person I had taught these things to? Vashet slapped my chest with the back of her hand to get my attention.
I said you should be flattered,
she repeated. I am, I said. She took hold of my shoulder, turning me to face her.
You've gone all pensive on me.
What will be done with Tempe if all of this ends badly? I asked bluntly. Her cheerful expression faded.
His Rezz will be taken away, and his sword and his name, and he will be cut away from the Latantha.
She drew a slow breath.
It is unlikely any other school would take him after such a thing, so this would effectively exile him from all Ademre.
But exile won't work for me, I said. Forcing me back into the world would only make the problem worse, wouldn't it? Vashet didn't say anything. When all of this started, I said, you encouraged me to leave. If I had run, would I have been allowed to go? There was a long silence that told me the truth of it. But she said it aloud, too.
No.
I appreciated not being lied to about it. And what is my punishment to be? I asked. Imprisonment? I shook my head. No, it's not practical to keep me locked up here for years. I looked up at her. So what?
Punishment is not our concern,
she said.
You are a barbarian after all. You did not know you were doing anything wrong. The main concern is to prevent you from teaching others what you have stolen, to keep you from using it to your own profit.
She hadn't answered my question. I gave her a long look.
Some say killing you would be the best way,
she said frankly.
But most believe killing is not in keeping with the Letani. Shehin is among these, as am I.
I relaxed slightly. That was something at least. And I don't suppose a promise on my part would reassure anyone? She gave me a sympathetic smile.
It speaks well of you that you came back with Tempe, and you stayed when I tried to drive you away. But the promise of a barbarian amounts for little in this.
What then? I asked, suspecting the answer and knowing I wasn't going to like it. She took a deep breath.
You could be prevented from teaching by removing your tongue or putting out your eyes,
she said frankly.
To keep you from using the ketan, you might be hobbled, your ankle tendon cut, or the knee of your favored leg lame.
She shrugged.
But one can still be a good fighter even with a damaged leg, so it would be more effective to remove the two smallest fingers from your right hand. This would be...
Vashette kept speaking in her matter-of-fact tone. I think she intended it to be reassuring, calming, but it had the opposite effect. All I could think of was her cutting off my fingers as calmly as you would pare away a piece of apple. Everything grew bright around the edges of my vision, and the vivid mental picture made my stomach roll over. I thought for a moment I might be sick. The lightheadedness and nausea passed. As I came to my senses, I realized Vashette had finished talking and was staring at me. Before I could say anything, she waved a hand dismissively.
I see I will get no more use of you today. Take the rest of the evening for yourself. Get your thoughts in order, or practice the ketan. Go watch the sword tree. Tomorrow we will continue.
I walked aimlessly for a while, trying not to think about my fingers being cut away. Then, coming over a hill, I stumbled almost literally onto a naked Ardem couple tucked away in a grove of trees. They didn't scramble for their clothes when I burst out of the trees, and rather than try to apologize with my poor language and fuddled wits, I simply turned and left, face burning with embarrassment. I tried to practice the ketan, but couldn't keep my mind on it. I went to watch the sword tree, and for a while the sight of it moving gracefully in the wind calmed me.
King's honor, friend.
Then my mind drifted, and I was confronted with the image of Vashette paring off my fingers again. I heard the 3 high bells and went to dinner. I was standing in line, half stupid with the mental effort of not thinking of someone maiming my hands, when I noticed the Ardem standing nearby were staring at me. A young girl of about 10 wore an expression of open amazement on her face, and a man in his mercenary reds looked at me as if he had just seen me wipe my ass with a piece of bread and eat it. Only then did I realize I was humming. Not loud exactly, but loud enough for those nearby to hear. I couldn't have been doing it for long, as I was only 6 lines into Leave the Town, Tinker. I stopped, then lowered my eyes, took my food, and spent 10 minutes trying to eat. I managed a few bites, but that was all. Eventually, I gave up and headed to my room. I lay in bed, running through the options in my mind. How far could I run? Could I lose myself in the surrounding countryside? Could I steal a horse? Had I even seen a horse since I'd been in Hearth? I brought out my lute and practiced my chording a bit, all 5 of my clever fingers flicking up and down the long neck of the lute. But my right hand ached to strum and pick notes from the strings. It was as frustrating as trying to kiss someone using only one lip. And I soon gave up. At last, I brought out my shed and wrapped it around myself. It was warm and comforting. I drew the hood over my head as far as it would go and thought of the dark peace of Faire where Felurian had gathered its shadows. I thought of the university, of Will and Sim, of Aori and Devi and Fela. I had never been popular at the university, and my circle of friends had never seemed particularly large. But the truth was I'd simply forgotten what it was like to be truly alone. I thought of my family then. I thought of the Chandrian, of Cinder, his fluid grace, his sword held easy in his hand like a piece of winter ice. I thought of killing him. I thought of Denna and what the Faire had told me. I thought of her patron and the things I had said during our fight. I thought about the time she had slipped on the road and I had caught her, how the gentle curve above her hip had felt against my hand. I thought about the shape of her mouth, the sound of her voice, the smell of her hair. And eventually, I stepped softly through the doors of sleep.
And that's it for today. Chapter 115 is the next. So, let's see when I play this. Have a nice night. Stay calm.